the first part of that conditional sentence about the common heritage of humankind and ask for some comments with respect to what we think that means and how we think that's a useful concept or not in the context of this conversation. So we're going to start with you, Christiane.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the organizers for having me here in this enriching conference. Really a pleasure to be here. I must admit, some difficulties with this concept of the common heritage of humankind regarding the human genome, and there are three reasons for that. The first reason is that it conveys a kind of genetic exceptionalism, that the human genome is something more special to humankind than other issues, although we share 99% of our genome with bonobos. It conveys the impression that the genome could be kind of the programming background, and that is the classic evolutionary thesis starting from genes and not starting from what is conceptualized in the extended evolutionary synthesis, putting the human organism much more in the environment and of it, and having a bidirectional causality and all these issues that I cannot go into more. So the image of the human being behind this concept, when applying it especially to the human genome, is for me a little bit strange. Second issue is that the usual features of this concept that was introduced in the UN in 1957 and then in the declaration in 1960, applied to the seafloor, to the ocean, to the deep ocean and the subsoil thereof. And it applied later to the moon and the celestial bodies. So what is the analogy here? The genome is an inner part of humanity and not a resource. And the moon, the celestial bodies, and the seafloor and so on, they are outer resources that can be exploited. And the initial impetus for this concept in the UN was to have a peaceful UN, and it was on the benefit for all. And I wonder how that can be transferred to the human genome. There may be applications like patents or so, but then there are other features. The second one is a shared management of this for the benefit of all, and then a benefit sharing. How will you organize that in genetic research and in human genome editing, be it heritable or not? And the fourth one is no military installations and only peaceful purposes. Well, and the fifth one is to preserve it for future generations. And that's also a difficulty, because how can you preserve a human genome? Yeah, it changes from parents to children, it changes all the time. So what is at the core of preserving the human genome for future generations? I think nobody is trying to change the human genome in its entirety. And the third reason why I am a little bit hesitant that this one is useful, this concept, is that an overuse of such a complex concept like human dignity or the common heritage of humankind is weakening it in other contexts. So if you always use it everywhere it feels a little bit adequate, then you weaken its legal force and its strength in legal context, for example, here in the international law, in those contexts where it really applies adequately. And it keeps us from asking the questions that are really at the core. What does human genome editing mean to human flourishing or to flourishing of all life? What does it mean to our aesthetic surroundings? And what does it mean for the fulfillment and the abundance of all life, which is much more than only the biological aspects of it? So that was my...
Siobhan, do you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I'm going to make a very brief comment in response to what Christiane has said. I don't think that it is an unproblematic proposition. And I completely accept some of what Christiane has said, and I think there are other issues. It's imprecise, and things that are imprecise are often difficult to vindicate. I think it has problems around genetic sovereignty, around indigenous populations. I think it has problems. There are tensions certainly with our patent systems, etc. But I think it has, as an ethical and legal concept, a very important symbolic value. And at its very core, and this is my brief comment, to me, what it actually means is a shared responsibility. So it is a shared responsibility to ensure things like integrity, like human dignity, however we want to describe that, and human rights are upheld. So I think as a symbolic value, as a frame for our responsibilities to each other, I think it's incredibly useful. And I would just say that I think it is, you know, Christiana very well laid out what the original conception was. And why we had it. And it was exactly that, to ensure that, you know, a resource would not be, and I understand calling the genome a resource, but nonetheless that there would not be exploitation at the expense of future generations. And I do think that that is relevant in the context of heritable gene editing.
David, do you want to weigh in there?
So I think some of the arguments you have are a little more complex or mixed. I think the idea of benefit sharing might be transferable, that people have the right to benefit from genomic science, that there perhaps a greater claim for that than other kinds of research, because we all share the genome. And so you can see, I think, with the emergence of population genetics research and genomics research, I think there was an understanding that many people had that there should be a kind of extra mandate for public benefit, because this was a collectively shared resource. And even though, yeah, it might, the word resource might speak too much around or lend itself to thinking about things or commodities. But these things have value, different kinds of value to different kinds of communities. There is commercial value, but there's also symbolic value. So I think it's not, I don't think it's unfair to talk about it in terms of a resource when, you know, people are making money on patents and these sorts of things. I think we make legal analogies, extend legal analogies in all kinds of innovative ways. So I'm not overly concerned that this was an outer concept of an outer resource. I think that's the nature of good lawyering, or of good expansion and enriching of legal concepts. I do think, though, that there are, just as with other human rights, real issues of practical enforcement, or, you know, how you actually put such a broad concept into being, into play. And I think you could have a good discussion about the kinds of levers or tools that would be necessary, perhaps, to advance that idea and protect it. And that might be around things as mundane as technology transfer, which we heard in the last panel, or certain regulatory approaches, or even the notion of funding that we heard about as well.
Any other comments from the panel before I open it up to the audience? No?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I would just ask whether not claims like justice or integrity or dignity or identity do the same job without hiding them under the concept of a common heritage of humankind.
Yeah, I think those are also useful words, and I don't think it's a exclusionary relationship. I think the idea is, as Siobhan mentioned, I think the idea of a collective responsibility, of a kind of shared resource, or shared, you know, something that's closely held, that's common to our humanity, that's a little bit more particular than other kinds of justice relevant goods.
Why only the genome?
Jane,
So-
do you want to weigh in?
Okay, yeah. I think I tried to provide a Chinese perspective. So I think this idea of common heritage is in line with some aspects of Confucian ethics. This emphasis on kind of one's identity as relational to our relation. Relational to is important. Is a kind of a relational aspect that depends on our relationship with each other, and also our interconnectedness, and how this interconnected shapes our identity, either as an individual or as people, as nations. And I think I agree with Siobhan that kind of implies a shared responsibility and moral obligation. I think another aspect I want to emphasize is this Confucian emphasis on diversity within commonality. So basically, it's this idea of achieving social harmony despite our differences in opinions and perspective. So I think this probably provides kind of a moral guidance on several levels, either on deciding under which condition that some technologies are permissible, and also how we engage with different perspectives. And I think there are some also achieving common grounds despite our differences. Yeah.
Okay, so we've heard a variety of perspectives in terms of its value, and perhaps a context in which it has useful heuristic purposes that it can serve or meet, but that perhaps there are other words that can achieve that same goal, etc. Let me open it up to the audience if there's one or two questions that are specific to this, and I'm just going to look for people who haven't spoken yet. Yes.
Thank you for your thoughts. I'm Ashwin Budden. I'm at the Center for Bioethics at the Harvard Med School. My question is regards how we situate this question about common heritage of humankind within two different, so if I slice the pie in two different ways. One is at the World Health Assembly, where there's the talk about the pandemic treaty and the alignment of kind of a One Health perspective that really brings questions around genetic research and innovation on human health in relationship to environmental genomics, where there is a very clear language around genetic resources and national sovereignty. How do we see that relationship when we think about human genomics in relationship to environmental genomics within this context of One Health? The other way I'd slice the pie is when we think about the human genome, the physical genome versus genomic data, sequence data, and the way that's being shared. And is there any kind of tensions that come up with that relationship? So those two ways of slicing the pie.
Who would like to weigh in on that?
Well, I can start with some reflections, and it's interesting, obviously, bringing up the World Health Assembly and the One Health approach, because you can actually extrapolate that argument and take it further if you think of all the work on climate change and health. So we're going, even with climate change and health, we're going beyond the One Health to the planetary health. So then we're talking not just about the relationship between the human and the animal, but also the environment. And so I think your question's really interesting, and it goes back to also, in some sense, what I was talking about yesterday, is this relationship between bioethics, public health ethics, and planetary health ethics. And as someone sitting at the coalface of translating ethical principles into policy and decision making, and I came straight from the World Health Assembly to here, where I was in the climate change discussions. And I think that's something that we're really struggling with. And actually what I was thinking about when we were asked this question is, are there some common values that sit across not just the human genomics, but the planet, my response to climate change and health, and my response to pathogen sequencing, and my response? And I think actually that's a huge challenge on the table for us. And I think there are some values that are starting to emerge in those discussions. They're also in the pandemic treaty. Solidarity is one that's in the pandemic treaty. I think it's one that's come out of discussions from COVID. And I'm sure from when we did our framework, which was finished in July 2021, I wonder if we redid the human genome editing framework now, whether that solidarity would come to the fore. So I think we really have to examine that relationship between the values in all these different areas. So I'm adding an even bigger layer of complexity to the discussion. But I often think when we're talking about systems thinking, we're too narrow in our we're not thinking about ethics systems thinking, because all of these decisions are inherently ethical in nature. So, and Françoise will remember this, one of the charges that the Human Genome Editing Committee made to the DG, because they made recommendations in their recommendations document, was really WHO thinking about a common set of values. And I think that's becoming more and more important. And despite the attack on multilateralism, and despite what's perceived as us all becoming much more focused on us, I still think that there's an opportunity to do that. And I think agreement on things like the pandemic treaty still demonstrate that there is belief in these types of systems.
Okay, do I have another question from the audience before I move on? Okay, I'm going to move on to the second question. The second question is anchored in the rest of that conditional statement, which is about responsibility for global governance. And I think the thing that becomes really important for me in terms of recognizing the moment is, what is it that we think we mean, or what is it that we think we can achieve in the space of global governance when we're living in a particularly unprecedented time of what I would describe as chaos and uncertainty, where you have countries that make agreements and then walk away from those agreements, or you have countries that are seemingly overly aggressive in their space in the world. And so I'm wanting to invite our panelists to just talk about what are the mechanisms for global governance that we think can still be useful and effective, and that we think are important to remain committed to, despite the kinds of contexts that we're living in right now. So we have challenges. Can we see any of those as opportunities? And what are the ways in which we're going to think about effective global governance? Go for it, David.
So I think the first clue is to think about what we mean, or the model we have of global governance, and that it's not maybe what everyone immediately thinks of, which is sort of a global treaty or UNESCO or WHO or the OECD. That if you think about what global governance is today, it's a hodgepodge. It's multi-level. There are many different levels of government and of governance. There's complexity in terms of public and private and multi-sectoral governance. So there's overlap, there's fragmentation. And the other thing is, if you take, seriously what STS scholars have said for some time, governance doesn't just consist in laws or politics, but in the constitution of science and technology itself, and how that co-emerges with the kinds of political structures we have. So I think we need, before we get to the thought process of what are the levers of global governance that we can pull, especially given that these international treaties are so hard, let's say, to make today, we need to understand its parts, and I think the parts involve not just things like high-level law, but things like the patent office, the patent offices across the world, the boardrooms of companies, the way that licensing deals are made around science and technology, the way that expertise and patterns of science are brought into regulatory policies at multiple scales. These are all constitutive parts of global governance. And I think each of them does present certain kinds of opportunities for engagement. I'll stop there.
Okay, I'm going to jump over to you, Catherine, as somebody else who has a position similar to David, insofar as you're looking at an international organization.
Yeah, so I think we have to recognize what we're capable and what we're not, the limitations of our organizations and where we exist. And I think one thing I like about the expert committee's governance framework, the WHO framework, is that it's a values-based document that really looks at the tools, the institutions, and the mechanisms for driving global governance. So it really highlights, I think, what David was pointing out. And then it thinks about what I'm terming as differential responsibility. So who in the system has responsibility for each of these levers? And at WHO, we have 193 member states, so we can work with those member states and ministries of health and influence legislation. And that's where a lot of our power lies. So I think recognizing that in a world that, as we heard yesterday, that has increasing both public-private initiatives, a decrease in public funding and an increase in private funding, we have to understand as a community how we can increase influence or how we work with the different sectors. And I do think that's critically important because I think we can learn lessons from COVID about the governance of some of the public-private initiatives and the lack of transparency and the lack of accountability. So I think there are opportunities. I think we have to recognize where certain groups don't have that. And to your question, you said, are there opportunities? And I actually do think there's opportunities. And actually, OECD and WHO are, recognizing the strengths of each organization, recognizing that we're working in this space. We are collaborating together to look at OECD's anticipatory framework for emerging technology. Together with, we have 3 frameworks currently on emerging technology at WHO. So we have the one on human genome editing, one on AI, and one on responsible life sciences dual use. And what we've been reviewing over the last 2 years is how they sit together as tech converges. So what we want to work with OECD, combine this, not duplicate effort, but really take this as an opportunity and implement that framework on looking at the lessons learned from our 3 existing frameworks to develop some form of implementation tool for the governance of emerging tech in public health. And we will work with Council of Europe and we will work with other bodies in this space because I think that is the opportunity. It's not only an opportunity, it's the necessity as we go forward.
Jane, let me turn to you. I think certainly after the He Jiankui episode, there were lots of questions about governance within China, but also the place of China in the context of global governance for this particular area. And so I'm curious, what are your thoughts with respect to where we are today and where we might get to?
I think in this kind of global dialogue, I think one important question is also in context of we're talking about genome being the common heritage. One important question is who gets the say, right? In international committees, who sit there, on the first day you're talking about, it's always about power and politics, about who comes to the table, who bring them there, and whose voice matter, and who got kicked out, right? And so I think as someone from the Global South, I'm quite concerned, whether this kind of global dialogue and convention will reflect the concerns and values and perspective of representatives from the Global South. And I came across resentment from members of Global South who sit at those kind of international committees, that they feel that the conversation is dominated by people from the Global North and they don't get their voice is not heard and they don't really contribute. It's like a box-ticking exercise that we have some proportion of members from the Global South. So this is one issue, and how can we solve that? Another issue I want to draw attention is this phenomenon called ethics dumping. So basically we have to accept that different countries may have different policies regarding certain emerging technologies, and therefore we will have this phenomenon in which some scientists from one country would go to, cannot do certain work in their country, and then they go to another country where the maybe the rules are more permissible and the enforcement are more laxing, and the incident of CRISPR baby scandal and many experts regard that as a case of ethics dumping because of the involvement of American scientists, at least in the informed consent process and other important processes. So I guess the question is, how can we prevent that? How can we have the mechanisms in place, both in global North and global South, to prevent that from happening? And it's already, this kind of setup to attract experimental procedures that is not allowed in the global North is already happening. I think a few years ago, there's this report about a biohacking company in Honduras that they offer gene editing therapies. And also, when I was preparing for this channel, for this panel, I came across this company called Halixa Cruise. I don't know if any of you have come across it. Basically, it's a cruising company that they sail into international waters that is not bound by FDA rules or other rules. And so they offer stem cell therapies and also gene editing procedures. And so I imagine someone sitting there with a margarita in one hand and CRISPR cocktails injected into their bloodstream at the same time. So how can we prevent that from happening? I think that's a major challenge, cross-border ethics governance.
Siobhan, do you want to add something in response to that?
Yeah, just to say, I completely agree with David and Catherine that we need multi-level governance, right? We heard in the earlier panels about the multiplicity of actors, about the multiplicity of goals. So I think we need to recognize this very complex ecosystem and realize that we are going to have to have governance at many, many levels. But I would like to make a pitch for, which is a difficult pitch, but nonetheless, I'll make it, for a human rights frame to help guide us on this journey. And I think that that's maybe a very unpopular thing to say at the moment, and we have problems in terms of democratic backsliding globally. But I really think there is an advantage of a human rights frame for the whole issue of heritable gene editing. And that is, and this may be controversial, but nonetheless, I would posit that it has both moral and legal force. We have already agreed, we've talked about the difficulty of kind of converging on a particular set of principles or values, but in fact, we have a global set of values that we've already agreed, and those are embedded in our human rights frameworks. The question is, I know the criticism is always, is it really universal? Yes, of course, historically, it's been a very Western concept, but I would argue that second and third and generation rights were driven by the global South, in fact. And things like solidarity that are now being used and are justiciable increasingly, they were really driven by the global South. So I think there's a really interesting thing there. I think the other thing I would say is the other advantage is that, quite apart from being universal, they're also supranational. And the reality is that we need some sort, so we can have lots of different initiatives, but the reality is that at some point we are going to need some sort of supranational approach. And I think human rights and a human rights framework allows us to at least kind of approach that in some way. And I think it's been really interesting in relation to, for example, some of the jurisprudence that's been emerging from human rights in terms of, South Africa, other countries in the global South who've used and have actually incorporated things like solidarity into their constitutions. I think it's really interesting. The other thing I would say is we've talked about private actors and the role of private actors. I mean, what's really interesting is the increasing application, again, being driven by the global South, of a kind of horizontal application of human rights. So traditionally that relationship is between the citizen and the state, but now we're starting to see an application of human rights in private actors, in private relationships. So I think it has a lot of merit, actually. There are a lot of tools that we can use, and it's not going to solve everything, of course. And we do need to have things at multi-levels. But I think there's something there, and it means we have to work harder.
Christiane, let me bring you in at this point.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on this multimodal, multi-level approach, and also on the human rights approach. When talking about governance, and especially about global governance, which I find absolutely necessary, although I don't share the if thing, is that I ask governance of what? Yeah, and the what here in human genome editing is what Riddle and Weber called a wicked problem. So regulating or governing human genome editing is a wicked problem. And what does that mean? It's the intersection of a high level of uncertainty, a high level of complexity, and a high level of value divergence. And where they intersect, that's a wicked problem. And I think human genome editing is a wicked problem. And there are characteristics of those wicked problems. The one is, well, what does that mean for governance issues? If you have a lot of complexity, you have to have an multidisciplinary, even transdisciplinary approach to govern that. So bringing together not only people from a lot of academic disciplines, but also from outside academia. Having the uncertainty means that you have a monitoring system and an ongoing system to gain data of what you want to know to make governance even better again and again. Because wicked problems also shift all the time. So it's not that you once understand this problem, and if you have talked about it a lot, you understand it and you got the question right. You just have always to rethink and to reframe these questions and this complexity of questions again and again. That's tedious, but that means that you have not one governance answering the problem once, and that is a true answer, but you have a good or a bad solution, and actually you have resolutions that you always have to rethink and to adjust and so on. And the third one, the value divergence, means that if you really want to bring at the table all people, then the human rights approach is helpful in a way, but it's not the only solution. And that's why I would also claim a little bit for seeing it. Yes, I completely agree that the human rights approach has a legal and a moral implication and aspects, but ethics can be even more than the human rights approach. Not even more in a better one or so, but another perspective, other glasses where you look through when talking about all these value issues. And when we, with our network, with indigenous universities and so on, talk about human rights approach, they say, well, no, we don't want to start there because we perceive it as a colonial issue in a way. And even if it would be not a colonial issue, yeah, if they are wrong, when we want to have them at the table, we have to accept that they perceive it that way. And when we say, well, then let's start talking about the ethical questions of flourishing and beauty and abundance and fulfillment of all life, and they say, yes, that's where we can start, then we have a starting point to say, then explain me, what does human genome editing mean for you, for your understanding of a flourishing life or a fulfilled life? What does it mean to diversity? And I'm sure they're not talking about genomes when talking about diversity, but about their cultures, about their attitudes to what life is, what their relationship to non-human life is, and so on. What the life in their communities, their relationship to their ancestors, and so on is. So a governance system should take into account, I think, these uncertainty, the complexity, and the value divergence, bringing up institutions where people can meet, having institutionalized rethinking and reframing of the problems, and having all the disciplines and also people from outside academia at the table to bring this governance about, and also, of course, to assess it afterwards. So what it is really doing in reality, and assessing that and having this circular issue, and then giving society possibly a louder voice and another extra institution that we have not yet, even if we have democracies, even if backlashing, deciding about priority setting, about agenda setting, and also about deciding about research funding. Yeah.
Okay, so any other sort of comments from the panel before I open it up to the audience? You want to add anything, Catherine?
So I don't think the human rights approach and the ethics approach are necessarily mutually exclusive. And I totally support the ethics approach, just as a reflection on what I think is actually happening in with working with people who are non-ethicists, is actually, and this goes back to yesterday's panel and the discussions about how we can be more inclusive and have wider, more people at the table, is actually, I think a lot of people who aren't working in this space perceive including voices as a procedural ethics issue. They perceive this as a part of your accountability, transparency, inclusion. They do not see it as a substantive ethical issue. And I think that makes a huge material difference. And I think there's a big job for us as an ethics community to really turn the table. And that's not a criticism of my colleagues. That's just having worked in this space, and people are really doing a lot of research agenda setting exercises at the moment. And they'll say to me, oh, but we've got it covered. We've got it covered by the procedural ethics. So I think there's an invitation to this community really to start helping. And part of these discussions are really about defining the substantive ethical issues.
David?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe sharpen what I see as a tension or a friction or a question around what we've been talking about, which is this. I think the aspiration of the global and a sort of a globally held set of norms is essential. And I think having symbolic statements of those norms is essential. But there is a problem of universalism versus pluralism with human rights. And I think in this community, there's, we've heard an interest in diversity, an interest in sub-international sweeping set of ideas, political ideas, and so forth. So I think there's a real question about how you balance the need for a kind of global regime that might, that might help address some of the ethics shopping or venue shopping issues potentially, that have kind of uniform, clear rules versus differences that could be shopped. On the other hand, are we sacrificing the ability of communities to have their own political and normative identity and way of life? And I think it's a fundamental tension in how we govern the genome. And I think that one of the promising aspects of cosmopolitanism is it's a way to try to negotiate those things of having some kind of shared space, forms of reason that allow a kind of working out of certain things, but not saying there has to be convergence, that we can explore diversity and explore how diversity can lead to a vibrant global governance.
Okay, let me open it up to the floor. This young gentleman at the back, we haven't heard from you before.
Hi, Winston Yam, a CRISPR drug developer. So I guess my question is more about the practical aspects of governance, right? And this is really to follow up on Jane's point of how do you actually in practice enforce this, any sort of governance mechanism? My thought is that having done my PhD in a lab that helped develop some of the tools, the barrier to entries of actually acquiring the reagents are getting lower and lower. So then is the thought that we should think about the bottlenecks where things like heritable reproductive genome editing happen? Maybe that's at how do you actually acquire the embryos? And that's in IVF centers or reproductive endocrinology clinics. Should instead we have half the room be full of those REIs and OB-GYNs who practice that part of the equation as a bottleneck for the governance? If you extend that analogy further, they are already grappling with some of the problems we're thinking about with governance of the human genome, because those exact same choices of selection of, which traits one might have, which disease markers, like, our colleagues up there doing ASL, like there's a big debate already happening of what is happening to that subculture when people are selecting out syndromes of deafness, right? So how much of it can we, one, practically enforce this at those levels? And then the second follow-up is, can we graft our thinking onto what is already happening within the whole, genetic technology environment, not just genome editing?
Okay, so I take it that part of the question is whether or not we can move the governance either upstream or downstream and not just narrowly focused on the moment of this actual area of intervention. Jane, I think there was an invitation from the questioner for you to weigh in first, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't have a solution about how to cross-border issue. I think a review of the upstream processes, the kind of decision that go into the kind of research that we fund and allow in context of human genome editing, that ultimately will lead to our ability to do that in humans. I think that upstream, I think there's a arbitrary distinction between basic and applied research in human genome editing. I think we probably would need to move upstream and really think more critically about what kind of research that should be encouraged and funded and allowed. And in that context, I agree with what Kevin Asfeld was talking about last night. He was saying that perhaps not all knowledge is worth having. So we need to probably think harder on that kind of question. So yeah, thank you.
Anybody else wanting to weigh in? Sean?
Yeah, just to say, I really agree with Jane on this. And I suppose, I think your point is really well made. So we're talking about a particular point, intervening or governing a particular point of the innovation continuum. But it's exactly that, it's a continuum. So I think what we've neglected in some of our governance mechanisms or frameworks is to think about, and I know, Catherine has made reference to that WHO and the OECD are doing some work on that, and I really applaud that there are these issues around agenda setting, because when we talk about voices and inclusion of voices and, the public view, etc., it's always, we know that we have empirical data to show us that that's about asking the public. So, in scenario A, do you think this is permissible? What about scenario B? Would you now think it's permissible? Those questions, to my mind, are the wrong questions to be asking. It's about, what do we mean by public good, by social goals? So those are the kind of questions we need to be asking, and they're right up at the top. And then to your further point, I would say that we also neglect the downstream, right? So when we have these technologies, and some of the other gene and editing technologies, and they are deployed into the system, we almost go, okay, that's the job done. We've governed that bit. We completely fail to take seriously our responsibility in terms of monitoring over the longer term. And then actually, because then we end up with what we all know are these technological lock-in situations where we can't actually say to ourselves, well, actually, this hasn't quite gone the way we thought it would. How do we turn the clock back? So how are we doing that piece of monitoring? And then if I might, just one final comment to David's point, I absolutely accept everything you've said, but I would say in terms of human rights, I would say two things. One, I think they're a useful compass for deciding or shaping collective goals. So I think that's important. And two, I think I completely agree with you, but I would say that what we've seen in the evolution of human rights case law is that exactly that thing is happening, that we're having this subsidiarity effect, right? That these principles are being interpreted in really interesting ways by our courts that are specific to the context in which they find themselves. And that's appropriate in my view.
Do you have another comment or question? Yes, sir.
Ricardo Cortés for Instituto Politécnico Nacional. When you talk about global governments, I think you imply this a group of countries that basically establishing this unit. But when there must be something, and the question that I have is there any alternative to that? Because when you're looking about a country that somebody elects a leader, which basically says, I don't believe in any of this, I'm pulling out of the group, or I'm going to suspend the funding for that. There must be another alternative for that, because otherwise I don't think it's going to work.
Okay, so I'm going to weigh in here and just use this as a segue to the next question, because the next question was an attempt to ask whether or not we can imagine global governance that is bottom up rather than top down. So imagining top down meaning some kind of configuration of nation states perhaps coming together and reaching some agreement. And you've already heard comments from people who should be thinking about international treaties, and that maybe that's not the only way to think about governance, that it's much more complex and we have many other tools. So the next question for the panel was going to be around what we thought of the tool of a moratorium. And I say this in the context where in this space, there was a call for a moratorium in 2019, and transparency, I was one of the co-authors of that. And at the time, it was a call for a 5-year moratorium. The 5 years has come and gone. And one of the things about moratorium is that there is no enforcement mechanism. There's no necessarily sign-on mechanism. And even if you did, who would you decide were the people to sign on, et cetera? And one could look at that and say, well, that time has come and gone. And yet we know from an article in Stat News that there's another call for moratorium that's about to be published. They're calling for 10 years as opposed to 5 years, and have other kinds of goals and objectives. And I think one of the things that's interesting is there is the perspective that this is not a useful initiative for a variety of reasons, that it's problematic because it gets interpreted by the general public as a ban, and that we don't want to have red lines in this space. And so that was going to be the next question for the panel. And so I'll take that opportunity to turn it around and ask the panel for their thoughts on this particular mechanism. Do we see it as having symbolic value, rhetorical value, no value? What's its role in this space?
Very quick answer is that I think it's vital to have that in our repertoire. If it's impossible to advocate for a limit, I mean, this is at I think, foundation of what we're talking about in this workshop, in this conference. There's, you have little where else to go. I think so. I think we need this in our repertoire for things that we agree should not continue. There are problems of enforceability. There are problems of it's a move in the management of science and society relationships. It's a different thing, I think, if it's a self-regulatory call versus a public call. I think those have different politics. So we could debate about the kind of moratorium that's being advocated for and by whom. So I think those are just a few initial thoughts.
It's an important tool mechanism to have. As you well know, Francoise, as you were on the committee, the WHO committee, it was a discussion point, and there was consensus that moratorium wasn't the right thing. But like everything else we're suggesting in terms of anticipatory governance and where emerging tech is taking us, and the more we know, I think these are the types of concepts that we do need to revisit. The decision making for that type of thing does not rest with me as an individual. It would rest with some sort of expert group that would advise the DG. But I think it is a tool that needs to stay on the table for all types of emerging tech governance.
I wanted to look at who it was who said it during the last days, that a moratorium, it depends on the framing, because it can have different functions. If a moratorium, so it conveys the impression that there are questions that can be answered that then bring about another situation and another decision. But what kind of questions are asked in that time of the moratorium? Is it just to answer questions of safety and efficacy, or sorry, or are there questions about the societal discourse, about other issues, more fundamental issues, where there's where it's even possible that at the end there's a ban. Yeah, so is it only waiting until it's approved, or is it really an open question? And there's another function from science to society, I think, that not all that is possible is already and immediately be done. Because that is kind of a societal expectation towards science, at least from a lot of people, that they say, well, there's no sense in discussing things because they're anyhow doing what they can do. Yeah, and perhaps that such a moratorium could be used to convey that societies and their concerns and their preferences are taken more seriously.
Jane.
I think I agree that this kind of moratorium have symbolic values, and it's a way of taking a stance and perhaps help channel some of the funding and research priorities towards something or away from something. But I also kind of share the kind of doubt how effective it would be if it's put forward by a small group of scientists led by Global North. And in that context, I'd also want to, we haven't talked about international science culture, right? In context of ethics governance, and how can we have effective ethics governance when we have an international culture that put premiums on competition, on sensational research, on being the first at any cost. And it's a culture that is encouraged, fiercely encouraged and explicitly encouraged by scientific journals. So how can we have effective governance when you have this kind of culture? And He Jiankui, you know, he is of course personally responsible for his conduct, but he's a product of this kind of culture and this kind of international culture. So he's not just a product of Chinese culture, but also also international culture. And so I think we can't really not address that when we talk about ethics governance. And I just want to add that I just want to put on record, I think there's an unhealthy appetite towards He Jiankui in the international media. Some of the media would go to extreme lengths to secure an interview by, for instance, agreeing to call him a CRISPR pioneer. And I don't object of studying him as a social science topic, you know, understand his mindset and motivation and the kind of social cultural context that make him behave the way he behaves. But I think we need to be careful about how we present the kind of finding, how to present it in a responsible way. And but some academics, I think, are so keen to hear his take on the future of heritable human genome editing, as if that by committing this appalling conduct that is widely condemned, and somehow he becomes a spokesperson of CRISPR science and Chinese science. I think that is deeply troubling. And in that context, I would like to say how deeply uneasy I was yesterday at the panel where, I don't know whether she is here, the head of Hastings Center, Vladit Revitsky. The way she presents her story of He Jiankui, that his intention to use heritable human genome editing as a way of public health intervention. He presented as as part of the Chinese culture. I think it's quite troubling, I find. He's not really a spokesperson for the Chinese science, and also there's just without nuance. And also I think, can't remember what I have to say. I just want to stress that he's not really just a product of Chinese culture, but international science. You know, he's a culture of Silicon Valley culture. And so I think we really need to bear in mind. And also the way that she broadcast his view at a summit like this, is not without consequences. He made it clear. He's out of prison now after 3 years. He made it clear he still wants to do heritable human genome editing as a way to cure Alzheimer's and cure cancer and cure rare disease. He made his intention clear, and he explicitly said that ethics is a stumbling block to science and innovation, and he is raising funds to do the kind of work he wants to do. So I think there's a consequences about lending him this platform to work out his view. So I think there's a responsibility about use the kind of material that coming out of interaction with him.
Okay, so I'm going to use that as an opportunity to segue to a comment I made during the opening panel with respect to the notion that one of the things that matters very much in this place is not just ethics, but people, power, and politics. And we have a few minutes left with this panel, and I want to make sure that I don't leave out an issue that I think is really critically important, which is I'll take responsibility in my own work in this space, and people know that I've been writing about this for some years. I've always sort of had as a background assumption that I'm imagining governance with a backdrop of democracies. And I say this in a context where we've already heard many times during this meeting that democracies are in decline. There is the research group VDEM, which studies democracies, and has said that we are now at a point where more than half the world does not live in a democracy, and that is continuing in that direction. This is again research that I'm citing that says that if the United States continues on this path, that next year it will not count as a democracy. These are empirical claims that are being made. And so one of the things I wanted to end on is, what does it mean for us to think about many of the background conditions that influence what we think is making a certain type of governance possible? Maybe other people have had that assumption as well. I know that I have to rethink some of the claims that I've made because I've just assumed that we have a particular kind of common orientation in terms of how we wish to govern ourselves in any context, not just with respect to genome editing. And so with that question, I'm going to turn it back to the panel for brief comments each, because we only have about 10 minutes left, and see where we end up with that. So can I start with you, Siobhan, at the other end, and maybe work our way back this way?
Yeah, so I have a very brief comment on that in respect of, I think if you want to have governance and you want to have an agreed set of standards, whether those are legally enforceable or not, there needs to be some basis of trust that everybody who's agreed or signed up to that will comply and will stand by that and will defend it. So I think there is, for me, a very clear connection between rule of law and human rights and governance and good governance. And we need to be aware of the interconnections between all of those things. And that if we're not careful and we're not diligent about defending those things, then we're going to end up in real trouble.
Jane.
I think my last comment would be, I think we need to have more social science about ethics governance, about a better understanding about the gap between rules and the implementation. So the point is really about, governance is not about reaching treaties, agreements, setting up rules and standards on paper. China now has great rules on paper, both laws and lower level regulations. But I think the test is at the implementation. I think we need to better understand why something works, why something don't work, and then also how the power dynamic between the global north and global south, how that affects science, the kind of science that is done and how it's done, and also how it can affect the kind of whether certain standards are followed or circumvented. Yeah, social science. Yeah.
Catherine.
So I think there's so many thoughts. Clearly, as a member state organization, I think we need to continue to work with member states. And particularly, I think there is a move towards regionalism. Take some of the value development at the global level and work with regional and country level to implement that. But something that I've been thinking about that goes back to the earlier question that I think is relevant is, and when we were really working on the governance framework, what came up as this concept of safe space. for scientists in competitive environments. Somehow, and I think this becomes increasingly important if we're worried about what's happening in terms of democracy, I think we honestly have to think about creating some sorts of safe spaces where I guess the issue of a Kevin example can come up and be discussed. And not that some of these discussions are not outed until they're made too public and it's too late. I'm not saying that's an easy concept, and it's not a concept that maybe WHO needs to create. It's something that we should be working with the academies and others. But I do think that, Jane, in response to your competitive nature, because it's not going to change, but maybe we need to create an environment where these conversations can happen early, and then people can understand the limitations or the potential unintended consequences of what they're doing.
Great. There's a constitutional legal expert and a judge from the Federal Constitutional Court in Germany, Ernst Wilhelm Böckenförde, who had a very famous dictum saying that a state and the liberal democratic order of a state cannot guarantee its assumptions and its prerequisites where it has to rely on. And those prerequisites are the moral convictions of the citizens and a shared conviction that the freedom of and the dignity of all people count. And I think that's also the place of a governance. So on one side, the governance, a good governance, as we understand it, as I suppose, relies on this moral conviction that freedom and dignity and fundamental values and human rights count, even if we struggle what they mean concretely, but they count and they are an orientation and guiding principle. And on the other way, governance has to be measured on how it brings these human rights really into the world and how it impacts on them and how it fosters freedom and dignity and all these fundamental values that are so dear to us.
David, the last word.
Well,
So I'll take it. It's okay.
I'm gonna not be super optimistic, but yeah, I think it's even worse than that because from my point of view, I see a real turn around science and technology policy at the international level towards much more explicitly away from cooperation and developing norms, common norms, to competition, to securitization, technological sovereignty, decoupling in science and technology. And that's among, democratic or ostensibly democratic countries. But I think there's still optimism and hope around developing and reasserting the importance of certain kinds of global public goods, that there are actually real benefits towards for all countries towards the conduct of science, towards the governance of science. That these are very much in the interests of countries, but it's becoming a hard sell. So that's just a trend that we're seeing that's disturbing. But I think the good news is there really are compelling reasons to cooperate, and we just have to reinforce those arguments.
Right. Well, I'd like to end by suggesting that one of the things we could be thinking about in this space is what would it mean to have a commitment that was towards something like collaborative ambition rather than competition. And I say that in the context that we have very often as a starting assumption that the best way to make progress is for us to be in competition with each other. But I think there's another alternative frame. I'm suggesting something like collaborative ambition. I'm also suggesting that another thing we might think about is the aim and the goal, which really we've heard from many people in different ways of focus on something like the common good, a very complicated notion that we would have to unpack. But again, I think it's really useful in terms of setting an orientation. What we're aiming for is the common good. And I'm going to end on a truly personal note that I think that that's what always brings me back to this notion of consensus building, and that we can work towards both an understanding of these key concepts, collaborative ambition and the common good. So you can appreciate how frustrated I was to leave all these comments to my great colleagues, and so I get to have the last word. Thank you very much, all of you.
I know there hasn't been a rather longer coffee break and then moving into the grand reveal of the entire meeting. So just as a reminder, this is the last panel that's scheduled before we break, and then look at the statement that's coming from the summit. When we reconvene, there will be a small roundtable commenting on summit text, which will be available to everybody in the audience, and then we'll have time for discussion of the contents of that statement, guided by our roundtable commentators. But this panel, in a way, is the one that we've kind of been waiting for. It will be known to everybody in the audience that just as there are plays within plays, there are backstage dramas going on behind the theatricality of a workshop, and Harvard University has been overwhelmed by a rather large backstage drama in the last 24 hours and more. So in a way, there couldn't be a better time for thinking ahead about how is it that we reconceive or reimagine or expand or modify our understandings of the relations between science and technology. We began the conference, as you know, with not just a formal panel of people reflecting on the history of what has happened in the interaction between human genome editing and society, but with artistic reflections in a couple of different mediums, in dance and in theater, calling attention to the fact that we tell different stories about the things that science and technology bring to us. So I think the theme that people look at the world in which science and technology operate and see different things, they construe the meanings of those worlds in different ways. That has been with us from the very beginning. And on this panel, the charge to the panelists was specifically to think about the ways in which they would reimagine futures that might look, should we say, a little less turbulent than the present in which we find ourselves. Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe they'll tell us that turbulence is a good thing and that we should be looking for turbulence because it sets up different currents of thought. But in any case, we have an extremely experienced group of people. The distinctive feature of this panel is that it's composed of members of the organizing committee of this conference, of the summit itself, but they come from a range of different backgrounds. So Laurence Lvov, from her perch as bioethics director at the Council of Europe, Matt from his experience as a genome editor, I mean, pure and simple, involved in the science itself, but also involved in the organization of prior summits and at a peer institution on the other side of the continent, therefore with a somewhat different set of institutional perspectives. Doug Kaiser, as a professor of law from Yale Law School, who has worked extensively on other areas where science and technology encounter social norms and social mores, in particular for a long time working on climate engineering, but climate change and the law, but now more recently very much involved with non-human life and what kinds of respect and legal protections that is entitled to. And Kaushik Sundararajan, who disciplinarily comes from yet a different corner in anthropology, and his work has for a long time been concerned with flows of the cultures of science and technology and their effects from north to south and south to north. And at the moment, apart from being a professor of anthropology at the University of Chicago, he is also director of the Human Rights Center at Chicago. So it's an array of crisscrossing expertises and perspectives. And we will hereby invite them to tell us their thoughts about alternative worlds, beginning with Laurence.
Thank you very much, Sheila, and I'm really pleased to be here. And I must say that I've learned over the 3 days, very intense days, a lot, and I'm very grateful for that. What I would like to underline in this panel is this interface between science and society, to which I would add the policymaker and decision makers. Maybe we should talk about the scientific community, the society, and the decision makers. But I would like to emphasize the dynamic, the timing, and the purpose of the interaction between those three, which to me require a mutual recognition of responsibility and legitimacy, which I think we're still missing a bit. And if I can make a wish, is to have this collaborative ambition that you described, Françoise, before, also in this area. I would start by just giving you quotations of legal instruments, which is a Convention on Human Rights in Biomedicines, but I think more importantly for me, this is something that was elaborated at the end of the 90s by different governments. So they reached an agreement, which at that time was not so obvious, I think. Now it seems to be more, but at that time it wasn't. And they agree that the convention actually requires them to engage with and consult the society to ascertain its views with regard to a fundamental question raised by development in the biomedical field, considering their medical, legal, but also ethical, social, and economic implications. And that echoes a bit what was said yesterday about this. So this is something that dates from the 90s. So it's a European instrument, even though it's concerned 46 member states, so it's a bit large Europe, big Europe. But it's not only an agreement in a legal instrument that they did a couple of years ago, I mean, quite a number of years ago, but now it seems to be making a consensus at international level, as we've seen all the declaration, including the summit on genome editing, where we see a reference to this need for such public engagement. But what I would like to underline is what is meant by public engagement by those who are actually claiming the needs for it. And I think that we agree that governance framework must not be restricted to facilitating applications of technology that and contain risk that come to light, but it also necessary to optimize chances of stimulating innovation that really contribute to human flourishing. So those are not new things. We heard that on several occasions during this conference. But what we could acknowledge is that despite such a consensus over the last, would say, almost 10 years, we saw much more efforts being made in developing guidance for application of genome editing than putting really effort in promoting such public engagement. There were initiatives, but we could at least say that the efforts were not comparable. And what I think really important, and I don't think this was actually highlighted, is that when we talk about public engagement, we really need to have a sense of purpose. So we need to have an engagement that counts. It cannot be a ticking box exercise where you just say, okay, I've done it, I've consulted, but you don't take it into account. So it's neither a ticking box exercise, it's nor an information exercise, nor something that should be done on an ad hoc basis at a moment and then you forget about it. And I think that it's extremely important that even this engagement can take different modalities. What needs to be done, it has to meet the criteria of accountability, transparency, and independence. And what I mean, I think accountability is particularly important. It means that all the stakeholders participating in such exercise are genuinely committed to the process. And it's essential to provide feedback to those who are participating. And the feedback should concern the conclusion that were drawn and how views expressed have now been taken into account. So basically, you could not do public engagement without having a purpose of something that will count and how this will be taken into account. And people need to be aware of the weight will be taken into account, and why, if was not taken into account, what are the reasons for that? So I think this is extremely important. This notion of accountability that was mentioned, I think, by Carrie this morning is really important. Transparency, it's also obvious about aims and interest at stake. Having interest is not necessarily a problem. I think we all have, whether we want or not. But I think not having privileged influence is actually quite important. And in certain circumstances, it may not be appropriate for certain sponsor or initiators to be really engaged in the discussion, but maybe ask a third party to organize the discussions. The other point I wanted to highlight, I mentioned about the timing. I think this should be an ongoing dialogue, and it should be embedded into the entire process from research to applications and implementation. So it should be integral part of the governance that we have to create, or we have elements created of that governance, but this multi-layer governance should include that ongoing dialogue with the public, scientists, and policymaker. And we need to do that to steer technical development in a way that connects them with social goals and values. We talk about we talk about synergy. I think the word synergy is very relevant in this context, and partnership as well. And again, during the entire process, including the setting of priorities in the research context. So for me, it is determinant to ensure that all these developments are robustly deliberated, democratic, and legitimate. I think the agreement on public engagement is a commitment that creates legitimate expectations. And at a time of democratic backslide and trust crisis, I think it is more important than ever that expectations are met and promises are not broken. So that would be my point. Thank you.
So since I'm a laboratory scientist, I rely on slides as crutches. I'm not as good at speaking as our social scientists and researchers are. So if I can bring the slides up. Again want to thank the organizers and for both inviting me to be part of the organizing committee, but also for allowing me to be on this concluding panel. I want to go back to, I was fortunate enough to be involved in the committee that wrote the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, Medicine report on human genome editing, science, ethics, and governance. And in recommendations 5.1 described criteria by which heritable genome editing should be permitted. And there's a number, I think, of excellent criteria here. I will point out it's not aged badly, but there are certain holes that I think we missed at the time. I've highlighted in red a few points I want to emphasize from my perspective. We called for the permissibility only under a robust and effective regulatory framework. And he who shall not be named, because I do not want to feed into his desire to be famous, did not actually do anything that he did in China that satisfied any of these criteria. So in addition to be under a robust and effective regulatory framework, there had to be an absence of reasonable alternatives, i.e. IVF with or without PGD should not be a potential approach. The next bullet point I want to highlight is the committee, and this was taken up by the 2020 report as well, is that changes should only be permitted such that you convert one gene to another gene exactly as it exists in the human population, as common and prevalent, and it's known to be associated with ordinary health with little or no evidence of adverse effects. This is actually a really challenging goal, and it actually is a barrier to things like enhancement or anything else, because you're only being allowed to change things to what is common. So therefore, if it's common, it's not an enhancement. And then the last point I want to point is down at the bottom, which is that we needed broad ongoing participation and input by the public. So from the very beginning, we recognized that summits like this were essential for this process to continue. So as I said, I'm relatively proud that we created a set of recommendations that I think have aged reasonably well. Where did we make a mistake? I think we didn't call out that this was actually a functional moratorium, not a real moratorium, but a functional moratorium. And I think we did not call out enough that an individual could not evaluate whether one has met the criteria on their own, that there needed to be some sort of oversight body that would adjudicate whether these recommendations have been met. I have generally rejected the use of gene editing, gene therapy for enhancement. So this is my personal, but since that time, several scenarios have been raised, including by a former scientist at DARPA, who then went on to lead ARPA-H, who asked, would I help with somatic cell editing to protect US soldiers from injury, but might also result in a physiologic advantage after they completed their service? And I rejected this. I felt like this was not an area of research that I wanted to go down because it was going to pit one class of citizens of the world against another. But how about engineering resistance to an infection that could not be obtained by a vaccine, such that such soldiers or citizens would be protected from injury themselves, but not necessarily give them an enhancement in war? Second thing, well, how about an engineered enhancement for someone who volunteers for high-risk service activity that helps a specific population? That is, they are servicing, they are putting themselves at risk. Could we use genome editing to give them a genetic protection against the risks they're taking, but they're doing it only for a specific population? And for me personally, that is also something that I would not participate in, because as a word I've learned over the last couple days, is I think would violate cosmopolitanism, the fact that we are a global population. But the third now is I'm going to leave you with, how about engineered enhancement for someone who volunteers for high-risk service activity that serves humanity in general? Is that so what, you can imagine what those scenarios are. The question then, if we agree that those people should be allowed to have engineered somatic cell enhancements because what they're doing is serving humanity, should we permit that? And if we do, who should decide whether we permit that and what sort of changes should be made? Some other comments in the last minute 25, sorry. I will point out as a practitioner of genome editing that the technologies are already very specific. In fact, I don't know of a single example in which an off-target effect has caused a functional problem. And the techniques are only going to get better across all dimensions. They're going to get easier, cheaper, more effective, and safer. Embryo editing in mice and non-human primates is actively done, and those research and the analysis of the specificity and efficacy cannot help but inform how one might do human embryo editing in the future. I just leave that out there. An approach to heritable genome editing that has been considered previously, but I have not heard discussed significantly at this, is the idea that embryos could be formed from gametes derived from perfectly edited iPSCs. So spermatids from a perfectly edited iPSC, oocytes from a perfectly edited iPSC that are then generated to generate an embryo that then could be implanted. This is more challenging, has been done in mice, and is more challenging for humans, but is certainly technically feasible. But just like embryo editing, oh, I'm over, so I'm going to go really fast. This is illegal in the US. I want to make a comment about our current capitalistic system having failed cell and gene therapies and gene editing cures, especially for rare diseases. But I've been reflecting over the last couple of days is maybe we're asking the wrong system to do something it's not designed to do. And I use the analogy that Lionel Messi, who's 170 centimeters tall, is the best football player ever, but he would be terrible in the NBA. So asking Lionel Messi to play in the NBA is the wrong question. What we should be asking is what's our best system for curative therapies for rare diseases? Don't think somatic cell genome editing as medicine should be held to a higher standard of accessibility and cost than other medicines. And finally, I'll provocatively say, and there's a few of us out there, that $2 to $3 million to cure sickle cell disease per patient is a bargain, and in the United States. And we should not shy away from that. If there should certainly be efforts to make it cheaper for the global population, but this price point is a bargain compared to what we pay for other diseases and for more served populations. So I'll stop there and look forward to the discussion.
First, just say how grateful I am to be part of this conversation. It's a real privilege. As Sheila mentioned, I don't directly study bioethics or genomics, but I do kind of work in tangential areas of environmental law and animal law. I'd like to start with a famous line from a T.S. Eliot play, The Rock. Men constantly try to escape from the darkness outside and within by dreaming of systems so perfect that no one will need to be good. One of the areas I study is the industrial animal agriculture sector, which is a leading contributor to climate change and the biodiversity crisis, as well as being responsible for the vast majority of human-induced animal suffering that occurs on the planet. It's also a sector where two emerging biotechnology trends illustrate this desire I think T.S. Eliot identified, the desire for systems so perfect that ethics can be put to the side. The first is the effort by numerous startup companies backed by billions of dollars of venture funding to create meat for human consumption by cultivating animal cells in laboratory environments. The second is what I believe at this point only to be a proposal, but proposal to use gene editing techniques to promote animal disenhancement. That is intentional engineering of livestock such that they lack pain receptors or other biological indicators that might qualify them for moral or legal considerability. So cultivated meat production seeks to create edible flesh from the bottom up using animal cells and a growth medium, but not requiring the raising and sacrificing of whole animals themselves. Animal disenhancement works from the top down, using whole animals, but attempting to strip away from them the qualities that are thought to give rise to ethical obligation or regard. Both approaches aim for the same end result, bare life, life that is radically instrumentalized for human convenience, life that is not life, but instead only material for human use, free of moral consequence. It won't surprise you that I find these new animal kinds raise not just ontological questions about what they are, but also ethical questions regarding what they are owed. We like to think the former can answer the latter, but this is another way in which we dream of systems so perfect, no one needs to be good. Lawyers have our own version of this tendency, which Christiane alluded to in the last panel. That is our dream that the rule of law is a thing that exists independently of our collective ethical commitment to it. Constitutional democracies are born in an awkward moment in which a people, a capital P people, expresses its will to form a political community through a constitutional document that at the same time lays out the mechanisms for how the people's will is recognized. Legitimation of the Constitution depends on popular sovereignty, but the popular sovereign's will must be identified through principles of constitutional law that also require legitimation. This is a paradox, and it cannot be resolved analytically. Instead, it just lives on in continuing and never completely successful efforts to remain a political community, to demonstrate the continued vitality of the words, we the people, the words which first constitute a political community as a community, even as the utterance also represents the community as somehow already formed. Democratic constitutionalism works best when we acknowledge the fact that membership is always at issue in law and politics. Every instance of social choice raises anew fundamental questions. Are we the people? Are they part of we? Who is not? Why not? In ordinary times, these are difficult ideas to grasp and even more difficult to envision as having concrete impact on our lives. But lately, the United States and many other countries around the world have felt closer than usual to their fragile, irreconcilable foundations. The walls that in truth we are always building to define who is in and who is out, those walls seem far more visible and less metaphorical today. We are in the midst of grand renegotiations of who we the people are, with raw disagreement over questions of membership and identity being exposed in unsettling ways that until recently would have been considered unthinkable or at least unspeakable. In the aftermath of another historical period of rupture, the philosopher Emmanuel Levinas reckoned with the moral wreckage around him by placing ethics at the foundation of thought rather than ontology. On his approach, we do not get to think about ethics, politics, and law with an understanding of ourselves and nature already in place. We're not autonomous individuals at the top of a chain of being, endowed with reason and language and power, seeking out voluntary agreements with those other humans we deem worthy of joining our social compact. Instead, we emerge, we are called into existence by being called into a relationship of responsibility. Subjectivity begins as awareness of another who, in Levinas's words, individuates me and my responsibility for them. So the face of this other issues the most basic command, do not kill me, and wakes us to a world in which we are ethically obliged. Prior to that moment, our consciousness is simply the shared consciousness of life's infinite value. Afterward, we tend to deny infinite value and to instead endorse systems of thought and programs of decision that appear to rationalize life and death. The call to responsibility issues from a human face that is not yet defined by age, race, sex, gender, nationality, medical status, or any other narrowing categorization. Perhaps the call issues too from the forms of being that we bring into being, forms of life or near life that the world has never before seen. Our scientific agency creates them. Our ethical responsibility determines their fate. Without maintaining openness to these pre-analytic calls for help, we risk losing the motivating force for seeking to regard and care for the other at all. Without allowing ourselves to be shot through by the possibility of others' suffering, ethics becomes susceptible to simple calculation, politics to rationalization, and even the most awful neglect and abuse to normalization. Regard for the other becomes a matter of finding the correct line of moral considerability, the line that cannot be rationally or empirically doubted, rather than a matter of openly experiencing the pleas for help that cannot be denied.
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you to my panelists and to Doug for leaving us with that. Hopefully I can run with some of this as well. So I would suggest that we should reimagine futures in which biotechnology better serves societal visions of the good by foregrounding a cosmopolitan ethics. I wish here to explain what I mean by that. And apologies if this sounds polemical on occasion, but time is short and times are urgent, and it's important sometimes to be blunt. So let me begin with a story that I've told elsewhere and that Sheila has heard before. It was a story told to me by a very close biologist friend and interlocutor in India, whose father in the 1950s was a student of economics at the University of Chicago, studying with, among others, Milton Friedman. After his studies, he returned to work in Pune, a city in Western India a few hours by road from Bombay. Friedman visited once. My friend's father went to Bombay to pick him up. As they were driving from Bombay to Pune, he turned to Friedman and asked, "Professor Friedman, all these people in these villages we are passing, what place is there for them in your economic philosophy?" Friedman replied, "These people don't matter." This could be dismissed as just another apocryphal tale, but the fact is that Friedman's philosophy had direct implications, at the very least, throughout Latin America, not just on the economic well-being of its people, but on their freedoms. There are direct through lines between the forced neoliberalization of Latin America and extrajudicial renditions and disappearances of thousands of people in Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and elsewhere. Imaginations have consequences, especially when they're coupled to instruments of power. Professor Friedman's imagination certainly did. But they did not go far enough to be able to imagine the invisible people in the villages he was driving past as human enough to matter. When we are deliberating about the societal implications of a technology that has the capacity to profoundly alter what it means to be human, it is very important to have the capacity to fully recognize all people as human. And the parts of the world that have the strongest scientific capacity to alter what it means to be human also have the most checkered histories when it comes to recognizing the humanity of others. North Korea is not the rogue here. The point here is not just morality. I don't know what kind of a moral being Mr. Friedman was, and I don't care. The point is also epistemological. The point is that Mr. Friedman felt entitled to disregard any need to know about these people, their lives, their needs, how they would be impacted by the development and application of forms of knowledge that would be profoundly consequential in shaping their conditions of life. It is that epistemological hubris that translates into a fundamental disregard for the humanity of others. When that hubris becomes programmatically enshrined, as it did in neoliberal economics as it traveled to Latin America and other parts of the global south, the consequences can be devastating. So too can the development and peregrination of technologies such as genome editing, which, let us remember, are never just biomedical, but are always also social in their potential impacts, self-consciously so, can have devastating consequences. If their development and deployment contains a self-justified ignorance about the lives of others elsewhere that it seeks to impact. The gap between epistemological hubris and eugenics is far smaller and far more easily bridged than we would like to admit, especially in these times when eugenic fantasies are gaining public legitimacy and traction with alarming speed around the world. This is why, for me, Sarojini's slide yesterday showing the juxtaposition between the image of sickle cells and those of patients with sickle cell in India is such a centerpiece of our conversations. This is not just a demand to have their voices at the table. It is more. It is an insistence that their own bodily knowledge of their affliction is knowledge that matters, that ought to count in any development and deployment of scientific and technological capacity that seeks to intervene in their bodies, their cells, their genes, not as an external moral consideration, but in order for the science to be robust enough, good enough, to realize the sincere and well-intentioned promises of human emancipation from disease that it makes. We cannot allow molecularization to be an alibi for dehumanization. That is the insistence of a cosmopolitan ethics, and it is at the heart of any alternative future imaginary that aspires to reorientation and renewal. So I want to turn to something that Vardit mentioned yesterday, which is the absolute importance of a universalist ethic. This is at the heart of cosmopolitanism. But I want to thicken and qualify and specify this by reminding us that the foundation of any kind of universalist ethic requires the recognition of full humanity of all people. And the insistent demand for this universality throughout modern history has come from those who have been denied that humanity. It has come from the disability rights movement, from the gay rights movement, from the civil rights movement, from anti-colonial thought, from the anti-casteist writing of Bhimrao Ambedkar, the head of the drafting committee of the Indian Constitution, who happened to be a Dalit untouchable and also a student of John Dewey's at Columbia, a cosmopolitan itinerary if there ever was one. It has come from the abolitionists, from the suffragettes. So let me end with another story that I've told elsewhere and that Sheila has also heard before. I was constantly struck by the different constitutional responses in the US and South Africa in the early days of the COVID pandemic. The very first response to the pandemic in South Africa was an expansion of childcare grants to all women in the country. This stands in stark contrast to the American constitutional response of armed militiamen showing up at state capitals, protecting the infringement of their First Amendment rights to be maskless during a deadly respiratory pandemic, while bearing their Second Amendment rights to do so in violently intimidating ways. This reflects the fact that while American scientific capacity remains far superior to that in most parts of the world, even as it is being rapidly dismantled, American constitutional capacity is, in comparison to much of the global South, rather backward. That's not a value judgment. If we think about health as a human right, for instance, then the legal and jurisprudential capacity for realizing that right is far more developed in countries where that right is constitutionally enshrined, which tends to be in the European South and the global South. This has consequences for the capacity to imagine adequate policy responses to a disease outbreak. And these consequences, if we take seriously the importance of a symmetrical attentiveness to the constitutional dimensions of our conversation, as we do to the biotechnological dimensions, are deadly serious. So the last thing I'll say. There is a plaque at the entrance to this building that honors, amongst others, Frederick Douglass and W.E.B. Du Bois. These two great anti-racist thinkers were not just demanding a seat at the table. They were not just asking for diversity, equity, and inclusion. They were calling for a refounding and a regrounding of American democracy itself on new terms, what Du Bois called abolition democracy, because they were in full cognizance of the fact that democracy, at the moment of its constitution in this country, only recognized them as 3/5 human. Think about the implications of that from the moment of genome editing. We have here a technology that has the potential to remake what it means to be human, not in abstract philosophical terms, but in tangible material ones. And we have an originalist Supreme Court whose majority insists upon a literal and textual reading of this country's founding document as the basis for its jurisprudence. Taken to its logical conclusion, that could mean the legal recognition of some people as less than fully human at the very moment when we have new technological capacities for superhuman enhancement and eugenic extermination. American constitutionalism certainly does not provide the tools to protect against that. Arguably, it contains the means to justify it. We cannot afford to not grapple with the enormity of what that means, especially at this moment in this country's history. An alternative future has to go beyond demands for inclusivity and access to a table that has already been set. It must include the building of capacity to hear, know, and understand other kinds of universality demands as a precondition for resetting the table, even if that is expensive, even if it threatens our established hierarchies. That, to me, is the urgent call of this summit and the task it sets us. Thank you.
So thank you for what I expected, which is a provocative set of statements, though I think Françoise has cautioned us against using the word provocative in favor of a verb form that you have all provoked us. But let me try to point to a couple of tensions among your comments and see how you might respond before throwing it open to the rest of the audience. So in a way, I heard the first three positions possibly becoming more and more self-consciously humble as they proceeded, as being calls against perfection, but for perfectibility as an ideal. That is not for an outcome that we consider to be finished, done with, and perfect. There's procedural ways of engaging publics and understanding who they are, or whether it's scientists deliberating whether the kinds of interventions that they engage in are suited to a greater public good, or Doug, your fairly open call for many of the grand ideals, whether it's constitutionalism or law, as being not really attainable, that it's in the constant wrestling with what the terms are, even when it's a paradox and therefore you can't resolve it, that all the more calls for the process. Whereas Kaushik, I think your comments could be read as, in a way, a riposte against that, saying that there are certain non-tradable values on which you have to insist as a precursor. And for example, the duty, the moral obligation to recognize other people as humans before you undertake interventionist activities in relation to them. But supposing I were engaged in the defense of Mr. Friedman, which fortunately I'm not, but supposing you are hereby appointing me his advocate, after all, the question was, where do these people belong in your philosophy? Which, you know, is a famous line in Hamlet, more things than are dreamt of in your philosophy. And it's not known whether it's in your philosophy, whether your isn't the key word, or in your philosophy, right? But Milton Friedman was an economist, and it is, of course, possible for him to come back and say that the reason that these people don't belong in my philosophy is that I'm concerned with a particular form of productionist world in which production takes these forms and not those forms. And you're perfectly right, Mr. Sundarajan. These people have a well-developed moral position that they occupy and lead their lives in accordance with that. They would only enter my universe once they become productive according to certain things, and then my laws, my ways of evaluating things would kick in. Now, that in a way translates over into a debate that, as you as an accomplished STS scholar will know, that if you insist on perfection and not perfectibility, then you are putting up barriers that are essentially impossible to transcend for certain kinds of talents and abilities that perhaps themselves should be given some kind of respect. You know, these are disciplines. They have carved out a way of looking at the world that have had their own internal deliberative exercises and continue to have ongoing battles about who they are and what they are. So you can draw a straight line and say, you know, the fact is that that kind of challenge to Mr. Friedman led to, among other things, a Bengali Nobel laureate who does clinical trials on economic populations to decide, you know, who is, how to get people out of the poverty traps they're in, and to move into Mr. Friedman's world, right? I mean, so, you know, you liberate them from this condition that India was in with a 70 to 90% informal economy in which people were not earning in ways that would free them up to be recipients of the kinds of beneficent activities developed elsewhere in the world. And you know, so supposing one sees that confrontation between these worlds, they're truly incommensurable, that they do not have the same value languages, then how do each of you respond to the challenge that you have laid out within your own domains of getting people to talk across those divides? The word polarization slips off our tongues easily, but I think one of the things that this group has extraordinary resources to deal with is, what if the polarization is really Mars and Venus, that the logics, the ecologies, the modes of thought, the manner of being productive, the ethical contributions and commitments do not speak to one another enough to get them to talk to one another in the first place? Are you positing those worlds, or do you think that that's actually an null set, that there always is a possibility of reaching across? And if so, how would you do that? So I don't know, Laurence, I mean, you have been, in some sense, custodian of a process of an international law in this area, which remains the most international and with the most members coming from diverse points of view. But are there places where you've actually been able to overcome this sort of paradox of the unspeakable, because there really is not any form of common discourse at all? Or is the perfectibility premised on something that denies Kaushik's world, where the only way that the member of this world has of dealing with the member of the other world is by, you know, shutting them off the face of the map altogether, saying they don't matter?
It's a very difficult questions, but I think that at least it's something on which we are on the paper trying to fight. I mean, the recognitions of others as member of a human species, is not making them based on the criteria of being an economical actors, for example, which is a tendency. So I think that we are trying, but I think, as you said, it's whether we manage, whether we can actually achieve that is another question. But that doesn't mean we need to cease trying. And clearly, that's the ambition of the work of at least the work of the Council of Europe, that the human rights dimension is the idea that we're all equal, we all have rights, we all are as member of and entitled of human dignity. So I think that the notion of right and human dignity may be perceived differently, because the notion of human dignity and identity are a species notions, whereas integrity and so on in terms of human rights are attached to a person. So that's maybe that dimension of species is really important. But I see the challenge. I mean, I perfectly understand what Kaushik was saying, because in practice, that's, I'm afraid, a reality that we are facing. But this doesn't mean that it's acceptable. And we need to make the most to avoid this divide. And I think when we are concerned about development that are effective human life, we cannot say that some part of the human species are not concerned or not relevant in these discussions. How we get them engaged in it, it's another question, which is difficult. But I don't think we should try to cease doing that. This is really the objective we need to reach, and there is no criteria for making this distinction. And we have to find those criteria that are put forward to support such a distinction.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up on the contrast you pose between perfection and perfectibility. I don't think they're in tension or diametrically opposed. I think you have to have perfection as your gold star. But I hope that everyone on the panel and hopefully everyone in the room recognizes that we have to be realistic at how we get there. And that's where the perfectibility, each step being a little bit better than the step before, but always a gold star that you're shooting for. And that's the, ideal of perfection. So certainly, within, again, I'll use in the genome editing space, perfection would be 100% on target change, exactly what you want, 0 off target changes. We're not there yet, but that doesn't mean that somebody who gets to 30% with 1 off target isn't a step towards that. And the next person who gets to 50% with no off targets isn't a step. So I think if we allow us to say, here's where we need to get to, but accept that that's going to happen iteratively and we build, I think that's great. I think it has to work that way. In fact, I would argue this 4th summit is better than the 3rd summit because we're building on what worked from the 3rd summit and accounting for what was missing at the 3rd summit.
I really appreciate the invitation to kind of put something on the table that I've been nervously keeping to myself for the last 3 days, which is that I think you are all here from Mars and I'm from Venus. And I worry that I'm speaking a value language that is incommensurable from the prevailing value language of this conference, which is unabashedly humanist. And we think of the integrity of the human as this very, very sacred category, and our ethical obligation is to make sure that it extends to all members of humanity everywhere with equal recognition and equal access. And I share all of those political ideals. I have a nervousness about the conceptual framework because I've seen it deployed in ways that are monstrous, right? Like the conceptual framework in which the human is exceptional and has a kind of stable, exceptional nature that sets us apart from the rest of the living world. And there was a bizarre moment during our election when the person who won was demonizing Haitian immigrants in an Ohio community by falsely claiming that they were eating people's dogs and cats. And it was a revealing moment because it's to many of us, it sort of thought, this is bizarre. Why would someone do this? Is going to like, no, it was trying to establish a hierarchy of being in which one member of the human community was animalized, was made lesser than, and companion animals were personified. They're part of the family of the humans, the non-immigrants, who are now being attacked by the animalized others. And like that kind of biopolitics kind of just, it applies all the way down. It's like these logics of domination that can apply not just within human species, but across life. And so what I think I'm asking for by bringing up even the cultivated meat, right, which raises Carter's organism whole versus part, right? These are parts. These are obviously not things that raise ethical questions of the magnitude that, say, engineering the non-human primates, the NHPs, raise some obvious ethical questions that the community recognizes and engages with. The part, well, I actually want to trouble us to think about the part. What is that part, right? It hasn't been here before. And it does have a connection to the natural world that we manipulated, and we're doing it for specific reasons. And so I want us to approach that question not with epistemic confidence that we already know what it is, and we know that it's not qualified for regard. I want us to come in with a kind of like moral curiosity, but also kind of moral restlessness.
Okay, yeah. No, thanks for all of that. All of this is very important and a lot to think with. I mean, Doug, your point about the sort of putting humanism under some kind of question is very well taken. For me, this has become such an insistent point of assertiveness, knowing that then we have to ask what that means, because humanism has often been the grounds for an ethic that was insistently called for by those who were never granted humanity, right? And so they're speaking from the place of dehumanization. And part of what I want to say is when we think about things like race and inclusion and so on, it immediately gets framed as an identity demand. And actually, it's a humanity demand. And it gets framed as, the thing that is in tension with universality, whereas actually it is a plea to be included in the universal. And so I think that there is a real ask here as to how we think about species being more broadly from that, but actually think that our calls are more closely allied than might seem at first sight. But I think, Sheila, going back to your question, I don't want to be Pollyanna-ish about this, but incommensurability is an opportunity for reconstitution, right? And one of the things that we've heard over the last couple of days, including Matt in your presentation, is that science is capitalized to such an extent that it might not be adequate to, for instance, general accessibility to rare disease somatic gene therapy, right? And therefore we have to ask, is this the right framework within which one thinks about the ethical distribution of these technologies? Similarly, I think justice has been thoroughly economized. And the historical period across which science is capitalized and justice was economized in this country are coincident, and these processes were co-produced, such that at the same time that one sees this movement of the capitalization of science, you have people like Landis and Posner who basically are positing justice as an exercise in Pareto optimality rather than in moral good, right? And that is coincident with somebody like Scalia's originalism getting onto the court, right? But at this moment of constitutional fragility, the constructed nature of the existing dispensation is more readily and widely visible to more people than before. And that's what provides an opportunity for reconstitution. And that might not succeed, but I think it's at moments of fragility like this when new coalitions can be built to fundamentally rethink and reset values. And this is what Du Bois was saying happened during Reconstruction, right? It was ultimately an experiment in democracy that was defeated, but certain things happened that turned out to not be reversible. Right. And so I think that part of, and some of what's happened there in the science policy conversation has been around equity over the last couple of decades. Right? 2 decades ago, there wasn't a robust science policy conversation around equity. Now it's centered in conversations at the academies, including in London, right? So there is an opportunity here to speak to liberalism, I think, to reimagine it. And at moments of fragility like this, so there may still be incommensurabilities, but there might also be moments at which we can mutually recognize that the things that we have held natural were in fact contested exercises in the triumph of one powerful vision over other less powerful ones.
So I'm sure there's an enormous number of things that people have to say. So let me start taking questions from the audience. Let me begin down here.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for the panel. I mean, I guess we maybe saved the best for last, but I just felt like I could listen to you for a very, very long time. So I guess I'm kind of interested in
introduce yourself.
I'm Hilton, and I'm graduating as a PhD student here in the public policy PhD. So I guess I was really interested in the sort of thread of post-colonialism, but also the way in which humanism sort of comes up and how that's sort of viewed as an imposition. And I'm wondering if there's maybe a question to be raised about what humanism is being imagined as this sort of imposing humanism. So like, I think you're sort of thinking of this sort of Western image of the humanist project, which can be traced back to sort of its Greco-Roman origins. But there's a scholar of Tagore and Amartya Sen named Neil Levitt, who sort of worked on sort of the influence that Buddhism has had on both Sen's work, but also Tagore, and sort of the idea that asymmetries of power need to be understood as sort of an ethical relationship, that because one has this power, that one sort of owes something towards the other. And I think that's a very deeply humanistic sort of impulse, but it doesn't seem to have sort of some of the baggage that I think even you were talking about, Doug, with the sort of like human and non-human binary that creates. And I'm just wondering if there are sort of other humanist frameworks that you could apply that would maybe sort of think about the universalism a little bit different than if you're starting from this sort of really freighted legacy of Western humanism.
So, I don't know, Laurence, you talked about shared centering around the human, and I don't know whether that's possible, in part because all of the people you deal with come out of a particular Western tradition of humanism. And I don't know, Kaushik, if you want to say something about that as well.
Yeah, just go, Kaushik.
I mean, I think Hilton, the point is absolutely apt, which is that there are multiple universalities. And the Buddhism mention is interesting because, of course, this was very important to Ambedkar's humanism as well, and to his constitutionality. Right. And so, but I think there are strains of this that exist in multiple theologies. I think very, very important in Judaism, and that's where Levinas is coming from as well, right? The idea that an ethic is relational and that universality can and ought to be constituted relationally. There are many strains of, and that is a universalist impulse. I think, looking for that in a multiplicity of strains of thought is very, very important.
So there are many hands. Let me take John Evans next.
Thanks. I want to lift up what Matt said as to sort of lift up the moral challenge that is, and it's a continuation of conversation we've had for many years. These same questions have sort of tortured me. The quick setup is that, there's the bottom of the slippery slope, which is Gattaca or something no one wants to be at. The top of the slippery slope is somatic modification of people with sickle cell anemia to make existing real live walking around humans better. And the challenge on the table was there's a barrier on the slippery slope called the somatic germline divide that works really well, primarily because it's such a crisp distinction, exactly what's on either side of this divide. And then the 2015 report looks at what's after. If the germline divide is no longer there, what's next? Well, the only other divide you can make is disease versus enhancement. And the report kind of surreptitiously sneaks in a definition of disease by saying you can revert people to a wild type. You can revert people to like the most common variant. If it's the most common variant, it's by definition not a disease. It's just part of the human condition. Okay, so you can say, we all die. That's part of the human condition. That's not a disease. Okay. Well, I just want to lift up that Matt's pointing to something that's a bigger challenge to that, which is what would you do if there was a rare allele, not some common thing, but there is apparently one person who's immune. They found this person who's immune to all these diseases. It's the most rare variant of all time. If you got this person's gene and inserted it in all these people and you could relieve all that human suffering, what would you do? And that's the kind of thing that is a true moral challenge. To go to Fyodor's thing about the burning house, et cetera. It's a very well taken point. I just want to add and see if Matt agrees with me. The one additional challenge to that is, while I think of the suffering you could avoid, there is no place to stop on the slippery slope from that point all the way down to Gattaca, because you have to come up with some sort of way of defining the difference between a serious disease, a real disease, something like this, and intelligence and other things. And it's just really not possible. So I feel like the price we pay for finding that one allele, I can't remember the exact deal, but it was like going to relieve all the suffering, is there's no place to stop beyond our as far as our scientific abilities allow us to flow. That's where it would all go. So am I overly worried?
Matt, go ahead.
I don't have a great answer, but I'm gonna hide behind humility, which is that if there's only one person in the world, or a very small number of people in the world, then it is unlikely that allele has been exposed to the global environments and conditions of the world, and we cannot know that allele in that person who grew up in that economic condition in that country under those exposures to virus, that would transport to another part of the world and have the same effect. That is, I'm going to hide behind, maybe not hide, but I'm going to stand behind that the interaction between genetics and environment, we default to genetic determinism way too easily, and that genetic variants are only relevant in the environmental context they're in. And sickle cell disease is a fantastic example of that, right? You carry one S allele and one A allele, you are more protected from dying from malaria than if you have two A alleles. So the S allele is not bad. It is only bad if you happen to inherit both alleles at the same time. So I really try to avoid good and bad alleles, good and bad genes. It has these advantages in this environment, but maybe disadvantages in another environment. And you want to tell me why I'm wrong? No, I don't know.
No, I would just to trouble the question a little bit, I might suggest that there's another part of the slippery slope that extends above, that's not involving working on entities we call human, but the entities we call not human, and that it's all part of the same continuum of biomastery and our kind of human assertion of will over the living world. And so, that's why I bring up the Petri dish chicken and bring up the bioengineered cattle that is, being designed to withstand higher temperatures in a warming world. These, instrumentally, they have good, kind of cost benefit balancing outcomes because they're alleviating suffering or they're providing for some important social need. But they're also at a different moral register. They're reasserting the notion that humans are the apex of the living world. And, we haven't talked about climate change in this space, but that's going to impinge on all of the activities that we are talking about and all of the populations that we are, advancing ethical responsibility toward. 96% of mammalian biomass on the planet right now is either humans or animals grown for human consumption, 96%. And we've done that in the last 50 to 60 years. We've re-engineered the tree of life to serve our convenience. And we've done it largely without much attention, regulation, conversation, certainly not anything like collective consensus that that's what we wanted to do to the planet. It just happened.
You.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful panel. My name is Lou Linnet. I am a PhD student. Well, I guess in the current context, I should say I'm still a PhD student in public policy at Harvard Kennedy School. Thanks again very much for this conversation. I wanted to, so one thing that struck me is how, so Kaushik Sundararajan grounded his remarks in the ethic of cosmopolitanism, but we heard 2 talks before that, Matthew Porteous justify his refusal of option number 2 of the different things you were offered in the name of cosmopolitanism, if I caught it right, of explaining that in your view would violate it. And I thought that was a really interesting moment in the spirit of this summit being an attempt of doing a series of reframing, but also landing somewhere concrete, an interesting moment demonstrating cosmopolitanism, not just as having philosophical power, but also normative power of really providing a moral compass that can serve as a set of limits to one's own individual scientific enterprise. And so in that respect, I was hoping to put the 2 of you a bit more directly in conversation and ask you to react to one another's remarks. And so, Matthew, for instance, how do you think about cosmopolitanism? 1, 2, 3. Cosmopolitanism yourself, and how does that resonate with the way in which Kaushik was talking about it? Kaushik, how did you interpret Matt's, application, so to speak, of the concept to his own enterprise? And maybe to the 2 of you, in the context that Kaushik reminded us of certain words as constitutional and important that might be being flipped over their heads and turned into the opposite of what they were originally supposed to mean, and then used to do really a kind of a constitutional betrayal in these times with them. To what extent could that apply to cosmopolitanism as well? To what extent could some of the offers, Matt, that you were alluding to have been made in the name of cosmopolitanism? And so how to think about this term in a way that restrains as much as possible the interpretive flexibility that could still escape its original intention?
Who wants to go first? Me?
Yes,
okay.
why not?
So this is a relatively, well, not relatively, it is a new term to me. As I said, I'm learning about it over the last couple of days. So maybe not, almost certainly not applying directly, but how I'm thinking about it, and it has resonated, I think, through the last couple of days, is that genome editing is a global, it has global impact. And one of the ways is that if we do genome editing on a human, and I love animals and I can show you 1,000 pictures of my dog if you want, is that people cross borders. And so therefore what goes on in one country would directly or indirectly affect what's going on around the world. I also am, this idea that genome editing would be disproportionately applied, so only one group of people could benefit while others aren't. This is where perfection says it should be accessible to everyone, but perfectibility says curing sickle cell disease is a start, but it's not the end. But we shouldn't stop curing people with sickle cell disease in the US because we can't cure sickle cell disease patients in Africa. And so cosmopolitanism for me means that recognizing that we are, by stroke of luck or fate, we just happen to be born in one country in one environmental circumstance and not another. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Lou. So I think the thing that you said that's really important to me is that cosmopolitanism as a concept offers interpretive flexibility at the moment rather than a rigid definition, right? And I think concepts that emerge as salient at a particular moment in time, obviously in response to a need, right? But that are supple enough to be the subject of debate and varying interpretation, those are concepts that have real capacity in a conversation about reconstitution, right? And so let me talk for just a minute, not about cosmopolitanism, but about equity. And again, I'm coming back to equity because I've been really interested in how a category that was largely absent from science policy discussions in this country a decade or two ago have now become centered in discussions in this country, right? And equity is not one thing, right? And equity is not just access to a widget and so on. Equity speaks to philosophical notions of equality that contain both formal and substantive dimensions. And some of those, the substantive dimensions of equality that address for historical injustice, they're deeply enshrined, for instance, in the South African Constitution, but not in the American one. And yet a discussion of substantive equality finds its way into a National Academy report on the governance of emerging technologies that came out in 2023, right? So when one realizes that a concept has salience, it can be given teeth through deliberation, through conversation, through the development of forms of building understanding. And I think that cosmopolitanism has that opportunity, right? So I'm excited by it, not because I know what it is, but because it provides an opening for thought. And I think that there are elements of what it might contain that have come up in the last couple of days, right? I really think about Francois' invocation of radical hospitality. I think that's a very important element of it. I would like to add reciprocal learning. No point inviting somebody to sit at your table if you're not willing to learn from them, right? I think there's something about an ethic of mutuality. And I think there's something that Sheila said yesterday about polylingualism that's very important here, that attaches to sort of plurality and so on. We can't have a cosmopolitan world when some people feel entitled to only know how to speak one language, but other people are forced to learn multiple ones, whether that's the language of science or whether it's English, right? So I think all of those are elements of a cosmopolitan ethic. And I think there's a really exciting opportunity to collectively figure out beyond this room and this forum what that might mean and why it might matter.
Well, because it could be pointed out that you didn't quite nail it, Kaushik, and that you might have to get into Matt's life world and understand his ethical cosmopolitanism in his terms. But let's leave that for the discussion of the summit statement. I'll take one other question now before coffee break, but we will have time to, Jonathan, we will have time for people to react in a more general way in the last session. So Rosemary, let me come to you.
Thank you. I very much appreciate, as I think we all do, the concept of cosmopolitan ethics being a form of universalism. My question is that if cosmopolitan ethics depends upon recognizing the humanity or recognizing the human, what do we do, what shall we do about the threshold cases? About things such as embryos and fetuses, or significantly cognitively disabled people, or people with minimal consciousness, the very most vulnerable, those who are understood as having very low quality of lives or lives not worth living, people that are understood as morally defective. And we've had this addressed a bit, I think, with Martha Nussbaum's concept of capabilities as a way to think about what kinds of thresholds we might want to impose upon this group that we would consider human. But I think that's a perilous way to address this. But how might we do this together, deal with these threshold cases?
So 30-second responses from anybody who would like to. Doug, would you like to say something, since the law has dealt with such cases?
Can I put a question to the questions? Because to me, this notion of thresholds when it comes to humanity is a bit a question itself. Threshold with regard to what? I think there's no questions about the persons you're talking about to be part of humanity. So what type of threshold are you talking about? Is it the threshold to participate in something? Is it threshold?
Doug talked about Levinas, right? So Levinas's morality depends upon recognition recognition of the human. Therefore, if we are not able to recognize certain people as fully human because of varying kinds of conditions, how do we then implement that recognition that we're asking for? And then how do we treat them based on that?
Driving my children to school not too long ago, and there was a geneticist being interviewed on NPR about de-extinction. And the person wasn't talking about woolly mammoths and dire wolves, the things in the headlines. They were actually talking about one day trying to de-extinct the other hominin species that we at once shared the planet with. And they were talking specifically about the ones in Indonesia that are like, to stick on the Lord of the Rings theme, like little hobbits, like very small hominid creatures. And the interviewer asked the geneticist, well, if you were successful and if you brought these beings back into being, like, what do you think we would do? How would we interact with them and everything? And my daughter very cynically blurted out, we'd kill them again. And I'm sorry, I don't want to end on that note. That is why I think the radical epistemic humility that Levinas calls for, and Levinas was a humanist, but he was also somewhat ambivalent near the end of his life about whether we could draw that circle even wider to other kinds of others. But I really think radical humility about what we are faced with when we are asserting our will on the world is called for.
I think that's a wonderful note on which to leave this panel, but I want to point out that they represent a kind of radical hospitality toward each other by being willing to participate in this observatory project and with us. So please join me in thanking them. So Ben, will copies of the thing be around? Do you want to make an announcement quickly?
So there's a half-hour coffee break during which you can please read the statement from the organizing committee of the summit, which is printed up and available somewhere out there. And we are about to send an email out to all people who are registered. And it should be up on the website in a little while. So there are multiple ways to find it.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to our last roundtable session on discussing our conference summit statement. And so I know this has been unveiled really only a few minutes ago. This is a statement that really was crafted just to reflect the conversations over the last few days and also be forward-looking. And we're fortunate here to be joined by participants of our summit who are not actually part of the authoring organizing committee, and that's on purpose to bring in perspectives and responses to a text that I think hopefully should have impacts beyond today. And so I'll start off again with brief introductions to our distinguished panelists, and then also hear from you after their responses. So first, we will have Professor Teresa Burke, is a professor of philosophy at Gallaudet University, the world's only bilingual liberal arts college for deaf, hard of hearing and hearing students, and co-director of the Deaf Studies Incubator. Her scholarly work focuses on ethics, including philosophy of disability. Next, we will have Eric Sontheimer, who is a professor of biology and a genome editor at the University of Massachusetts Medical School. And he is leading a number of really exciting projects in somatic cell genome editing, was a co-founder of Intellia Therapeutics, and is known as a leader in RNA biology as well as genome editing. Next, we will have Siobhan O'Sullivan, which you heard from before. Just to remind you, she is executive director of the Royal Irish Academy, where she oversees governance and strategic initiatives. She's also honorary fellow, honorary associate professor at the Royal College of Surgeons, teaching healthcare ethics and law. And then finally, but not least, is Stephen Hillgardner, who's professor of science and technology studies at Cornell University. He studies the social dimensions of politics of contemporary and emerging science and technology, especially in the life sciences. His research focuses on situations in which scientific knowledge is implicated in establishing, contesting, and maintaining social order, a theme he has examined in his studies of expertise, property formation, risk disputes, and biotechnology. And so I've done really quick introductions, and we'll hand it over to Teresa.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to speak my remarks, but I wanted to start out with a little bit of sign language that I've asked our interpreters not to interpret, because I want you to attend to what I'm doing. And so the title of this statement is a call for a charter on emerging technology and human dignity. And I started to think about how would I sign human dignity in this context to my students in my bioethics class. So I'm going to attempt to do that. I want you to look at it, and then I'll go from there. In sign language, we have the index fingers that represent individuals. So we have, and then I'll just go from there and explain more later. Okay, so what I've done is I have indicated two individuals coming together, looking at each other with regard, and I have the open palm sort of going up and down, and then doing it reciprocally, bringing the two index fingers together, the people moving forward, and then the hands are flat, palms up. This indicates a conversation, and then the fingers splay out and wiggle, and that means a conversation among many. So this is kind of the concept that I think we can easily see visually, and I've added the description for people who are not sighted, low vision, so that everyone is included. And now I want to sort of launch to some of my thoughts about human dignity. So one of the first things that came to mind for me is, of course, there's a very long tradition of discussing dignity in bioethics, but my early years in bioethics, this concept was sort of a fraught one, because I'm thinking about the Presidential Commission on Bioethics that was headed by Leon Kass, and the report that came after that. I see some of you nodding in recognition. And I'd like to uncouple that concept from that debate and think about how dignity and human flourishing can be connected. So, and forgive me for looking at my notes. One idea, a question, if we call for this charter, which I generally support, I think it's a good idea. Whose flourishing are we talking about? Because a deaf person who uses a sign language may have a very different conception of flourishing than someone who is focused on gene editing or on curing deafness or on ameliorating what is seen as suffering. But it's, I think we've all seen how dangerous it is to make assumptions about different perspectives, different beliefs, different disciplines, different assumptions attached to people who might work in a certain discipline. So this notion of flourishing and then adaptation, and also I want to attach a question about expectations with emerging technology. So expectations with emerging technology and the whether people are willing to sort of volunteer and be the guinea pigs is one thing, but we have more established technologies, and there are pressures on people with disabilities to take up these technologies, to either get a cochlear implant or some kind of technology in order to reduce the cost of the accommodation, in order to reduce the cost on society. Interpreters are not cheap. Captioning is now much cheaper than it once was because we have an automated system. But this notion of the pressure of adopting technology can also, I'm bringing in another concept, which is this idea of elective disability. Once you have the solution, so to speak, then when you bring in a person with a disability, what are the implied pressures on this person, and how should we be talking about this in the context of this charter? Just two more points, as I know time is short. I want to talk a little bit about the dignity of preserving a sociolinguistic community that is valued. And it's not just that you're preserving a community, and a community is a living, vibrant, always changing thing, yes? It is also that this community brings things to others. So we have this concept in deaf studies called Deaf Gate. What are the things that the deaf community is bringing to the hearing world? And so that's one piece. And the last one that I want to wrap up with is, sorry, I'm losing my place. Yes. So in this statement, I know humility appears at least a couple of times, but we've also been talking about hospitality, the radical hospitality, the inviting in, and that is not named as hospitality in the statement, but I think it's implied. And with hospitality, sometimes you invite in a guest and they decide, no, thank you. how will we invite into the conversation the voices of people that are concerned about being exploited, the voices of people who are concerned that should they participate, they will be viewed as supporting an agenda that their community by and large does not. So there we have it. Oh, last thing. I would like to invite you all to now repeat the signing that I did at the beginning. So one finger, one person, that's you. Now we're moving to the center, yeah? And we regard one another. So you can pick someone to regard in particular, or you can just sort of regard each other. Palm up, going up and down. Now your hand goes back and forth in conversation, and we go around, wiggling your fingers to include everyone. Thank you.
Okay, I came to this meeting primarily as a developer of therapeutic somatic genome editing technology. And in my daily life, I and others like me mostly interface with other scientists, trainees, representative of funding agencies, patient families desperate for treatments for devastating diseases, and people like that. And the discussions over the past few days, and I think the closing statement, have been a bracing reminder of how easy it is, thanks in part to the incentive structures that I work within, to occupy a technology-first mind space that overlooks so much else that truly matters and that leaves out so many other viewpoints and commitments that also truly matter. And my primary point here is not so much to be overly self-referential, but to highlight the value of gatherings such as this for whatever perspective each of us brings to the challenges of navigating a world where editing genomes is possible. And this alone has had so much value for me, and I hope for you, and it serves the principles enunciated in the call for a charter. And so principles 1 and 4, namely to foreground questions of human dignity and the common good rather than the technology itself, and to reimagine the limits of research, I just have to admit, are not always popular viewpoints to adopt in the professional domain that I inhabit, thanks largely to the reward structures that are invoked in Principle 2. And at the same time, it's helpful to reflect upon the ways that these principles are highly compatible with the intellectual and biomedical benefit that most of us are trying to bring to science and to patient treatment. And the summit has given me a renewed sense of what I must commit to say and do, whose viewpoints I need to better consider in the choices that I make, and the need for a posture of humility. And just as importantly, it has provided me with tools needed to raise necessary but difficult points in the face of resistance, however well-intentioned. And again, to take my response beyond the self-referential, I hope and trust that whatever viewpoints each of you brought to this gathering, that they've been similarly challenged and expanded upon, serving the third principle of broadening the range of questions for deliberation. And I just want to end also by thanking the organizers for making all of these outcomes possible.
So I'm going to ground some of my comments in this statement, but I think the statement really manages, I think it's not very easy in 2 pages, but manages to collect up a number of very fundamental ideas that have been discussed over the last couple of days. I think it's interesting that we talk in this first paragraph about applauding somatic genome editing and the advances that have been made there, and they have been spectacular and they are important, and they speak to that moral concern we need to have for people who have genuine issues. But to say that we've separated them in this statement from things that are other, that are to do with sense of selfhood, possibility, relations with other people, I would suggest perhaps that somatic gene editing actually fits many of those criteria as well. So just to make that point. Again, it's a similar point where we talk about that because of the growth in public and philanthropic funding, that somehow that has led to a lack of transparency, or it's more obscure. I actually think that's probably true of public funding as well. So I think we need to be attendant to the fact that sources of funding, yes, are important and they bring particular issues with them. But I also think that some of the decisions and how decisions are made around, and we have this discussion around allocation in public funding, are also very obscure and not very transparent. So I don't think the weight needs to fully be borne, if you like, by the private sector. I think what this summit has been absolutely, the objective has, to my mind, been really fully achieved, is this idea of bringing voices and different voices to the table. I think, like Eric, I have really, I feel I have flourished by being in an environment where we've had very different voices, perspectives, different ways of even, you know, by introducing dance and theater and just different ways of thinking about some of these issues. And you can become very, you know, and that's normal, you become very entrenched in your own way of thinking. So I think that that has been really achieved. And I think the fact that this statement talks about this inclusivity and bringing these many voices, but I also think this principle, which talks about considering the range of questions for deliberation. So this principle 3 is important. We've talked a lot about who comes to the table. I think equally important are the questions that are tabled. And I think I'm really happy to see in the statement that both of those principles are actually being sort of taken on board. And I think that's important. I also think when we talk about principle 4, this reimagining the limits of research, I think that's really important and valid, but I would also challenge us to reimagine how we consider limits. And I think that's actually an important issue. What do we actually mean by limits? Because I work in an area of bioethics, which is continually one of the problems with bioethics is it's always seen as a limit to science. Yeah, that's always the accusation. And so I think, you know, we had this discussion around limits are arbitrary, they're necessarily arbitrary, but let's be transparent about what that is and what it means. So I think this is really important. And my final comment is around the whole notion of a charter. So I actually just wonder if it's the right word. Because when I think what you're trying to achieve here, I think is incredible. And I think this idea where we say that the objective of this is to facilitate deeper reflection, responsibility, moral purpose, a reimagining. I mean, I love this idea of a reimagining of our innovation system and how we serve the public good. But the question to my mind is, I wonder if a charter is the right word to say that, because there's almost an implicit understanding with a charter that what we're going to end up with is a set of rules or principles, right? And actually, I'm not sure that's what we're talking about. I think that reimagining and that discussion and that, so I wonder if I would just challenge us to think about whether it's the right word. But in terms of its purpose, its goals, I think it's fantastic.
Okay, so I'm kind of going to pick up where you left off, I think, because what is striking to me about this document is the ambition of the call for the charter. That is something that is reaching for a very different approach to the development of emerging technologies than what we are experiencing. And, how different this way of thinking about where you would go through all this active reimagining with the purpose of producing some kind of document, but the process being centrally important as well. That is really very, very different from the usual ways we approach these kinds of issues. And this morning, there was an interesting exchange that went on around the idea of principlism in bioethics. And, the comment, I think that Ben called it a ethics machine. You put the problem in, you turn the crank, and out comes a resolution or something. But that the way that principalism thins the debate and moves a lot of the things that we've been talking about out of the picture is very important to contrast with the four principles. Four principles of principalism in classic bioethics, Beecham and Childress's formulation, and now these four principles. So it's quite a different view. And when you get to the vision of a global social compact, which is aspirational, a new global social compact around emerging technologies, as in this case, that's a very far vision from, kind of where we are today, and yet it's very, very ambitious. And the paragraph about that's the last full paragraph before the introduction of the principles, we recognize the challenge in creating such a charter, but then the statement goes on to lay out something that's almost utopian in its reach, which is okay with me. But you can say in this situation today that we're in right now, situated right now in the United States, but globally as well, we know that democracy is under attack. We know that scientific institutions are under attack. And we can ask ourselves, to what extent should we be thinking about science in this period that it's under attack as something that is, sort of the uninvolved, innocent bystander that's being, attacked, but it's essentially collateral damage? Should we be thinking about it that way? I don't think so. I think that it's actually the attacks that we have, well, we could say, oh, it's the usual authoritarian play. Authoritarians always attack other sources of authority, and so they're just attacking science for that reason as well. I think that's also, well, a little closer to what's going on, not an adequate way of thinking about it. And that actually, I think what's happening to a significant degree is that the attacks on science and the popularity of the attacks on science and the popularity of the attacks on democracy that are being executed by the top but have some support from below, that setup, that dynamic is significantly shaped by the breakdown in the classic social compact between science and society, that we aren't in a place where that mode still works. And in lots of ways, people are experiencing this as, science as something alien to them. Stuff falls from the sky on them. Orders come to them around COVID that they can't appreciate the reason for, and that they see change and they don't believe. And plus there's misinformation and the technological transformations of the space within which public discourse takes place, which is also related to technology. That breakdown suggests to me that the idea of reaching for a new global social compact around science and technology is precisely the kind of thing that we need to do. But it's very unlikely that if things continue to go in the direction they're going to go, that they're going to somehow be reversed and we're going to end up back in a place in terms of science and society relations that look like they looked 10 years ago. I don't think that's going to happen. If we're able to maneuver through this situation and have a nice soft landing, I think it's going to be because we're moving beyond, in this direction of reimagining the relationship, so that we're not looking at science as a truth machine and then there's a trust building machine that's going to make the public line up just the way that we want them to. And then there's going to be an ethics machine that makes the issues go away. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be an ongoing negotiation, because emerging technologies are fundamentally changing our lives and who we are and how we live in the world. And this kind of statement, with its almost audacious reach, is exactly the kind of thing that should be being undertaken in the discussions that we're having about science and technology in this moment of crisis. So that's where I'll stop.
All right, so we have some mics circulating around, and I really do encourage you to raise your hand and have some comments. I think those were really remarkable responses to situate this text, and also I think hopefully provide some examples of translation to the various communities we hope to engage as we go forward here. All right.
Thanks. Thanks everybody on the panel and to those who produced the statement. I'm Sam Weiss-Evans. I am a member, or I work for the U.S. National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology. We're a bipartisan, bicameral congressional body chartered with figuring out all of the laws that need to change in the U.S. to enable a safe, secure, and flourishing biotech future. And one of the things that I've found difficult, both with the conversation over the last several days and with the statement, is the perspectives that are still not being incorporated here. So, as an example, a lot of the dominant conversations in bioethics have arisen because of work that the military has done, the U.S. military in particular, but other militaries as well. There's no conversation here about like how do the things that we are talking about relate to the ways that militaries are thinking around the world about things like human performance enhancement and other areas of biotechnology advancement. That is a place where first use will happen in a lot of cases. That is a place where the concern about like what constitutes legitimate construction of a state and legitimate construction of life will be like articulated and re-articulated. And yet the quality of the conversation within that community is leagues below the quality of the conversation in this room. I'm very concerned about that. And I don't see that kind of attention reflected in this document. I resonate with a lot of Steve Hilgartner's comments on the document as well. I think that there is a particular moment of reconstituting that a document like this can be engaged in right now. But in order for that to do it, particularly in the American political moment, is that the language used and the framings used need to meet those the people across the community, regardless of their political persuasion. And it doesn't do it right now. And so it's as a result, of limited use to somebody like me that needs to take these kinds of outputs and use them in our process of actually changing the laws to address the kinds of concerns that we've been talking about for the last several days.
Great. We will collect two more, and then we'll have some response. Over here. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for these great presentations and very useful and insightful. I really love the document, and I think it highlights a lot of urgent questions that are emerging, not just with the emergence of, new emerging technologies, but also with the emergence of new political structures or new political ways of redressing these issues. So one question that I have is, thinking through this, what is our theory of change that we want to, consider? And I think Stephen brought it up in terms of, we cannot take science or technology for granted, but we cannot also take power and knowledge as they are infused through those for granted either. So the question will be, can we reopen the question to that? What is our theory of change? But also, what does that theory imagine the world to be? So I want to, because in a lot of ways, I think with genomics, I mean, there is a theory of change here, and there is a theory also of the future. You know, who is the subject, you know, who is the human, you know, how do they function in the world, or what they are supposed to be doing in the world. So yeah, I am curious, I mean, whether we can have that conversation. And I think it came up before. I think Sheila brought it up in terms of the theory of change, but I think we have to think it through a little bit more, because with genomics, there is a theory of change, and that may be mortality, you know, that people are assuming, or enhancement of the human, but enhancement only of certain communities and at the expense of who else.
And so before you hand off, could you introduce yourself? Just.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm Naga Thangelu, and I was a former fellow with Sheila, and now I'm a professor at York University in Toronto.
Thank you. And one more comment, middle. And please do introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Becca Mueller. I'm from University of Pennsylvania in human translational research and human genetics. And Sean, I just really appreciated your comment that the charter kind of beckons to the individuals who've benefited already from somatic gene editing, and as if that is a done story and one that can be closed, to think about emerging applications. My work is very much on adults who live with genetic conditions, kind of the common of the rare, some of which have, you know, had gene therapies introduced to them. And I would just love to hear more about what you think we could potentially learn from looking a little bit backwards, just 5 or 10 years. I know that from my own location, I can see ways in which, for example, the uptake in sickle cell gene therapies is quite slow, and we really don't understand the receipt of those. In the space of achondroplasia, I have friends who are really reckoning with, what does it even mean to have something that's effective when there's a disagreement around what parts of achondroplasia can be consistent with flourishing and which aspects really do require a treatment. So I'd really invite you to speak from that perspective and that point, because I see a lot of potential there that can give us concrete examples for then thinking through some of the other aspects of the charter that are so forward-looking, but that have these reference that we can still work through together.
Anyone would like to start with a response?
Take that, Chris. So I just two responses. One is that I was a policymaker for 10 years, so I understand your difficulty to a certain extent, yeah? So the abstract is interesting, but you know, when you actually have to make decisions, when you have to draft text, that can be difficult, yeah? But what I don't think we should underestimate is just how radical a suggestion this is. And I mean that in the best possible way. I think the difficulty is that we talk to each other so much, those of us in the field, that we imagine all of these ideas are very well socialized and so on. But actually, when you come to being a policymaker, you realize these ideas are not at all socialized. As you say, we haven't managed to bring them up through where they can actually be practically applied. And I think that is why I very much like this idea about, you know, reconceptualizing, rethinking, all of those things, because we need to start from somewhere. But if we don't do that, then we can't ever bring it up through. So I take the point, but I do think we can't underestimate just the ambition and the importance of what's being suggested here. And to your point, I think it's really interesting now about, and I think it comes back to this idea of, which I think the summit has also really addressed, and the statement addresses really well, which is we're starting from the wrong point, yeah? So the discussion is starting from the wrong point. And I think with somatic gene editing, and I'm a huge fan, right? So this is not to be in any way, but I think it's really interesting that we were desperate to find the application, yeah? So it was all about, we've got this incredible technology, so line up, you know, where can we use it first? And I think what's happened in the interim in the last decade is that we've realized the complexities of that, yeah? And those kind of discussions are now coming to the fore. And so that's what concerns me a little bit in the debate, that while yes, one can completely understand why the emphasis is on heritable genome editing, I think we can't drop the ball on what's happening in somatic areas, because I think also some of those discussions need to be reimagined and rethought about. So I'll end there.
Go ahead. I was just going to thank our roundtable participants for speaking for the organizing committee when they didn't author this piece. So I would also invite our members of the organizing committee if they'd like to respond to any of these points. But Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the question about theories of change, and along the way that will touch on what Sam Weiss Evans said about the military. But it strikes me that, we often, I can't count the number of times we heard the word ecosystem, when in discussing, these changes and introducing these things, and, you think about how ecosystems change, and they aren't particularly manageable. That's one of the features of them, right? Maybe some new apex predator comes in and things get rearranged around that, or maybe the baseline climate changes in some kind of way, and that causes an effect. And I suppose that, if you're not going to go for just a kind of realpolitik kind of idea about how things get decided, then I think that it makes a lot of sense to, when drafting statements and calls and think about discursive changes as things that change the overall climate. And in that sense, that's what a call like this can do. It can say, wait, we're inverting the direction of the discussion. We're changing who participates in it. We're calling for a new climate in which, the kind of ecosystem that everyone was referring to that was gonna, form around these technologies would have a better chance of promoting human flourishing. And just with respect to the military, things are doubly difficult there. It's bad enough to try to deal with situations where decisions are being made non-transparently because they're being made in a proprietary environment or upstream from a proprietary environment where the secrecy of the proprietary environment propagates upstream. But with the military, with such direct adversarial confrontation and state secrecy and the long traditions of expecting the other operators to be the worst, it's especially difficult. So we need to pay more attention to the military. But yeah,
I'll add a point about somatic cell genome editing, and I don't think the committee was thinking that these principles and approach are divorced from applying to somatic cell genome editing. We did want to recognize the progress there since the last summit, but in many ways, to further develop that sector, you heard from many in that community talking about the need for expanding the kind of ecosystem of innovation to address new types of needs, to engage patient communities in different ways. And there is, I think, an opportunity that the organizing committee thought it is now to implement potentially this and move towards this type of new charter. So I saw a hand in the back here.
Stephanie Bird, neuroscience, MIT, retired. I don't know what to say. But so I was really, there are so many wonderful things, but one of the things I was pleased to see the explicit mention of humility, since that doesn't tend to come too often out of the scientific community, I say as a scientist. But I also liked and thought was really important was the point about hospitality. And so there's many things to say about these things, but I'm thinking about with respect to the humility, we really know a lot, but we really don't know all that we don't know. And so on the one hand, we can talk about informed consent and informed choice, but it really it's an informed decision-making that requires us to be really clear and open and concrete about what we don't know for people who are making decisions. And the hospitality part, I think, is really important for recognizing that people have not only the yes, please response and the no, thank you response and being supported in both, but also being supported in a well, maybe, but not now kind of response. I think that there's our enthusiasm for the wonders of science can kind of be a little bit overwhelming and problematic. And so I think we really need to be clear about how it is that we present the options to people and how it is that we understand their reluctance, especially since they're probably not going to be as science literate as we tend to want to assume that they are. So I wanted to put that particular point forward about humility and hospitality.
Yep.
I just wanted to pick up a little bit on what Steve Hillgartner introduced into this conversation about the dynamics between science and society. So I want to remind people that, you know, Donald Trump has stood up with Anthony Fauci behind him and advocated things like drinking chlorine bleach and shining blue lights on you to resist COVID, and fully expecting that science would back him up, right? And the same thing is true with the president's thinking about genetics. For example, you know, his thinking about immigration, his thinking about white supremacy appears to me to be grounded in high school biology, is virtually indistinguishable from what he probably was taught in high school and what many people are taught in high school and what therefore the population supports in high school, right? It's very difficult to distinguish his thinking from that. And so these people imagine that science is behind them and I would argue that science is knowing about that, right? That it's basically the kind of dynamic that we are looking at is much more sophisticated than the way that we are typically thinking of it, where we have a nuanced understanding of science and these people outside of science, that's not true. They're also claiming the mantle of science and imagining that they are enacting science, and scientific educational process is supporting that. So when we think about changing the direction of science, the degree of resistance that we are likely to meet if we want to influence through ethics and discussion and diversity and so forth, where science is going, we have to tackle these issues that there's a very complex relationship going on between politics and science that I think is not fully represented in this conversation. And what's you know, in the president's mind is an extreme form of genetic determinism, and we have a nuanced form of genetic determinism, which is still nevertheless not nuanced enough for my particular taste. And so I just want to, you know, complicate the issue a little further to introduce more challenges into this conversation that perhaps are not needing to be explicitly discussed in this document, but you know, if we can think about science in these ways, will help us understand the challenge that we take on when we want to introduce a charter such as this.
Thank you. Let's take one more.
Thank you. Katie Hassan from Center for Genetics and Society. Perhaps this opens a can of worms, but I'm curious about the central focus and anchoring of this statement and the called for charter in the concept of human dignity, and the way that it is in some ways presented as a term that is self-evident and not itself contested. So that is a question, and also wondering about the absence of, the terms in which civil society engages a lot of these questions, right? Rights, equity, justice. I'm curious about the absence of those words, and cognizant of the critiques that we've heard and explored throughout the days of those concepts and the ways that they have been defined in limited and troubling ways. But yeah, I would just like to hear about the absence of it, and also why the focus on human dignity, and whether that would be something that is defined, open to discussion. Human dignity is a phrase that circulates in a lot of different ways, both in human rights documents, but also in anti-abortion politics in the US. Thank you.
I can start, but I would also appreciate help from our colleagues in the organizing committee. I think human dignity does have a number of different interpretations that we discussed within the committee when we chose that term. And I do think is something that we will contribute to in the process of developing this charter. And one reason why dignity versus, let's say, integrity is something that I think will require a longer term conversation, right, with additional meetings. But one of the reasons I think we chose dignity, at least for this statement, was that it did have some valence in the European context, for instance, but also in other contexts. So how does it come together? That's something that is a project, I believe.
Yeah, so Katie, it's useful to remember what this thing is and what it's not, right? I mean, so it's the fourth of 4 summits. The 3 previous summits were organized by leading scientific organizations. They centered on an initial breakthrough that became a suite of breakthroughs around genome editing. And genome editing, of course, progressed in various ways. Applications also progressed, and debate did too. The starting point of this summit was to say, well, hold on a moment. It's not the case that all questions that arise at the interface of science and society are driven by the fact that science has a certain number of capabilities, and those are going to land on people, and therefore we should be thinking about impacts and so forth. Many of us have been working in science and society for a long time. When I entered the field kind of by accident, it wasn't even a field, but it did have courses, and at Cornell, the central STS course was called the Impact and Control of Technological Change. So that gives you an idea of the linearity of the process that was imagined as being at the heart of STS itself as a discipline. It assumed that humanity or social welfare or whatever, that was a fixed thing, that technology was a fixed thing, and one would have an impact on the other, and you only needed to get into the discussion at the moment of the impact. And for the first 15 years of my academic life, I worked on risk, because risk was the obvious framing that came out of that way of thinking. I mean, going back to theory of change, I mean, it was understood that the change happened in technology. Society was sort of sitting there a bit like a sitting duck, and the technology landed on society, and that's where you needed to deal with it. So I think that 50 years later, we have a very different idea of the much more dynamic and looping relationship between science and society, and therefore asking questions that foreground the morality first, I think lead you into a different set of outlooks and questions. And I think that this came through very clearly in the artistic parts of the opener to this meeting. And so, we don't have time right now, obviously, to engage in what has been a long-standing and, somewhat unfruitful debate between the Anglo-American common law tradition that does rights language and the continental civil law tradition that does dignity. But of course, it's worth pointing out that several major constitutional documents on the other side of the Atlantic have human dignity as a piece of legal terminology around which the question of rights then evolves. So it's not that if you go to Germany, there isn't such a thing as rights. It's that rights are subordinated in a way to an overarching sense of dignity. So one way I think that the unpacking works differently is that often when you're dealing with rights talk, you're not problematizing the entity that has the rights, or asking, what are the moral understandings that you bring about that entity in and of itself, forms of, life, what respect is life entitled to, such that it can even have articulated rights. I mean, so privacy, what does that mean, unless you know something about the entity to which you're guaranteeing privacy. So as you know, better than most, in this country, we've been celebrating technologies of familial DNA testing because it allows us to go back and open up cold cases and solve them. And it brings an enormous amount of repose, sense of justice, closure, extremely valuable things to people. But in America, there's just about no discussion about whether this could have a downside at all. It's just understood that familial DNA testing is a good thing. It is a valuable thing to add to the arsenal of what is available to police and law enforcement. But there are implications. I mean, what about the rights of the people who put their DNA information into a bank and didn't think that they would suddenly be swallowed up in some kind of search and seizure type of mode? So I think that problematization of who is the entity to be protected, what is that entity to be protected, is something that is easier to capture in one kind of discourse than another. But, and this is a very big but, we are completely partnered with organizations like the one that you represent. And there are things that these organizations already are doing in terms of creating their own statements, their own research agendas, their own lawsuits even, and so on. And that work does not need to be replicated. So I think the observatory sees itself more as a translation agent between forms of communication, thought, ways of taking the pixels of the world and putting them together in patterns, but very different patterns. So for us, it's a huge gain if somebody like Eric and if somebody like Matt Porteous, who is on the organizing committee, can see themselves. I mean, if someone like a Matt Porteous says, cosmopolitanism is a new idea to me, but I'm going to go away and think about how it applies to the things that I've been worrying about myself, I see that as more like the kind of translational act and bridging act that the observatory is trying to do. And in a way, Siobhan, the charter point, I mean, of course, you're absolutely right that any static documentary form has that risk that you might associate with it. But if you think of it more as a call for a process and, an eventual thing, I have to say that especially in recent days, months, weeks, months, people have been talking about going back to the ancient declarations of, what human rights are about. And I haven't seen so many references to the Declaration of the Rights of Man, ever as I have in the last year or so. So, it's worth thinking, how should those be updated? And if one of the process things that emerges is that people actually want to call it not a charter, not a declaration, but let's say that Sanskrit terms have actually made their way into English vocabulary. Some people understand what dharma means, which is not something they understood a couple of 100 years ago. So let's leave that itself as an open thing.
I see a few hands. I think we're running short on time. And I think if you have comments, we'll collect them and we'll close it out. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so since Asilomar, I feel like there was an opening of biodiverse possibilities that go far beyond congenital disease.
Could you introduce yourself again, please?
What's that?
Could you please introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. I'm Adam Zaretsky, a bioartist, teacher, whatever. I try to introduce the public to some of these concepts through workshops in the street sometimes. Oh, okay, look. Some of the possibilities are beyond curing like congenital disease. And they're not just for enhancement for the military or sports medicine or some kind of medical tourism luxury or even space travel readiness, but actually what is transfectable from the entire world of biodiversity is an incredibly wide box of traits. We can multiply human senses. We can have new kinds of limbs, new kinds of orifices. We could have novel display systems or camouflage. We could have metabolic arrays, unusual different ablednesses. We could even have new modes of reproduction, sporulation, rhizomatic. Sure, the kids might sue us for wrongful life or be differently abled by plan, but our germline techno-mutants an indignity of humanity.
Yeah. Okay, so I will say that this has been a remarkable few days. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to thank our sponsors again, the John Templeton Foundation, the John McLuhan Institute for Science, Technology, and the Human Future.
So I want to thank everybody also who has participated in this discussion. I want to say that I said this sort of somewhere towards the beginning, but I want to say again how striking the goodwill and friendship and sort of sense of mutual hospitality has been in this meeting. And it's one of the things that, you know, maybe is sort of obvious, but has been striking to me in the work of the observatory is the way in which these convenings produce rapport. That is also accompanied by conversation and exchange of ideas and insight and so forth. But that actually that friendship has the most, you know, you never know whether the one person remembers what the other person says, but they remember the other person. And that those relations, it seems to me, are one of the kind of core, if modest, achievements of the work that we've been doing over the last few years, and I think also over the last few days, and those are not insignificant. And they are not insignificant because it seems to me that the human that's at stake in these domains is often understood as a material human, you know, the bodies that will be manipulated in the ways that Adam imagines, hopefully not, but it's also, of course, the conceptual human. I mean, the sort of understandings that we work with and live with. And Pat Williams spoke on the first evening about how those concepts matter and they take on a life and they come to be codified and we live by them. And in a sense, the material can follow from and not the other way around. But there's also the political, you might say, there are the socio-political human, the ways of being together in the hard processes of making sense, particularly around issues that are contentious. And that is in effect what we've been doing here. And so I think that if one, just to make a quick comment on the conversation that just took place, if one understands the charter as a product, you know, we think a lot about products, right? In a sense, this whole conversation is about products, but really it's about relations. I mean, what is a bunch of words on a piece of paper unless it means something to a community, right? And it can't mean something to a community unless there's a community to mean something to. And the process of the formation of that community and the significance that words on paper has to that community doesn't derive from the words. It derives from the community or the community's relation with those words or the commitments that they capture. And so it seems to me that the right way to think about the effort here is not, the identification of all the different areas we should worry about and the enumeration of all of the do's and don'ts that one could move through, which are basically about products. But it's about finding centers of gravity, points of convergence, spaces of engagement, and also a sense of imperative of engagement, which doesn't have nothing to do with friendship, which seems to me is about as fundamental a human relation as there is. So to me, it's been very valuable to discover that or rediscover that through these broader efforts and through the last few days. And it seems to me that it's an orientation that we as a species could do worse than to put at the center of our projects of relations with ourselves and with one another. And to me, that's what this is centrally about, including the technologies themselves that are at stake. So that was a long way of saying thank you to all of you for participating in this exercise of friendship.
So when one has worked as long with Ben as I have, you know that you should never let him go before you, because he will have talked for the entire time that you think is the appropriate length of time. But I do want to add my own thanks. And I want to pick up on the theme that both of my colleagues here have picked up on. So, there's the back end. There's been a small committee team here that's worked night and day, troubleshooting infinite numbers of things, from travel arrangements to, sudden worries about visas and having to drop out and so on and so forth. And so I would like you all to stand up one time so that people can see you. Catherine, Henry, Dan, Jacob, and then all the fellows that have been working in the background. So, Nicole, Hilton, come on. How are you? And then the organizing committee, some of whose members have been with us for literally decades and others a little less so, but these are ties that cut across continents, cut across institutional backgrounds and changes in their institutional locations. And that's one of the most incredible validating experiences I think all of us have had. And then many of the speakers, so these two are often long-standing connections, and people have traveled from far and near to come and give us their wisdom. I'm looking at someone like Phil Campbell. I can't even remember when we first met Phil, but this has been a journey of years, and I think it gives a name and a face and a process to the idea of process. These are long-standing connections. And then, of course, the triumvirate come forward. And, so people know I like Yeats, and there is the Municipal Gallery poem whose ending is worth remembering in this context. Think where man's glory most begins and ends, and say my glory was I had such friends.
All right, I believe we have a reception afterwards, and so thank you again. Safe travels.